Hi all, and welcome to the glorious return of the Stoll Review panel show this week. Um, with I guess we can go through and start the introductions. Callan, why don't you start?
Hey, I'm Gigi on Gamergate Ultras 2 Reckoning Boogaloo's newest admin. Not 100% sure why I was at it. Um, I've been pulling around in Gamergate for the past few months. That's it, really.
All right. Yeah, let's just go around. So who's next?
Nobody. Well then, let me just go. Known on Twitter as King of B, I've been around on Gamergate since the Zoe post thingy, and I'm probably just at it because I'm stuck around.
All right, and then Kevin.
All right, I'm Kevin Wu. I'm the fifth Duke of Guadalajara, rightful King of Saudi Arabia, and I've been around forever.
And I'm Manny. I'm just a supporter. That's about it.
All right, sounds good. And so, what's sort of on your minds, gents? What's happened this week that's caught your attention? I guess we can start with maybe Konami first. The whole situation with Konami.
Didn't know. I don't know. We all know that Hideo Kojima has basically said, "Screw it, I'm leaving." Apparently, something he's wanted to do for a while. But Manny,
Yeah.
please.
Your background noise.
Stop dropping the bass.
This isn't what dubstep.
It's like it's cool that you're doing this in a nightclub, but you know.
It's nice to know that your male privilege is working out for you.
But we all know that he left. No one's really 100% sure why he left, but I think it has something to do with with their Konami's new business plan, and the fact that they're moving away from AAA's to mobile pay-as-you-play games, which just, I don't know, it just seems to be ridiculous to me. It seems like a really bad business option.
Well, they're probably out of ideas and just have way too much trust into freemium stuff and microtransactions.
Yeah, microtransactions are going to flop eventually.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm kind of glad that they are doing mobile games, but that they're solely doing that kind of thing is somewhat annoying. It's like, just utilize everyone else's platforms. Like,
Or make a
It's like
specific part of your company. Make a specific sector
Yeah.
dedicated to mobile production while your main company works on the AAA's. It seems rather bizarre to move your main production line on a trend that is on the downfall. I mean, it's the mobile bubble really came into its major expansion about 2012, and it's 2015 now, and we're starting to see a decline in mobile premium sales. So it seems a little odd for Konami to decide, okay, yeah, now we're going to move our main source of production. I mean, considering the fact that they've canceled Silent Hill, they're canceling Metal Gear Solid, Kojima's left. At this point, it looks like Konami's just has some sort of weird death wish on its mind, and it's just trying to destroy itself.
Exactly. It's like burning your own city to build a slum.
Basically, yeah. I was really annoyed because I wanted a new Revengeance. I am not a
really?
a new Metal Gear Rising game. I really loved Metal Gear Revengeance, but I suppose mostly because I'm a massive fan of hack and slash action games.
I don't know, like I played Metal Gear Solid 1 and 2, and I really enjoyed the format, the stealth format. And I haven't liked the later ones because they are more about action, more about Metal Gear Rising especially. It was all about Raiden, and it was ridiculous.
Well, I mean, but I think it's done the Metal Gear Solid some good to do some experimenting, like the when they did the entire strategy thing with
Portable ops.
yeah,
Both,
with that or
both
like was it like Acid the thing that they did for the PSP?
Yeah, well, they did Acid, I think before the PSP. I'm not sure. But yeah, no, Acid was good. Acid was really fun. But as a concept, like as a main stay for your game, Metal Gear Solid should have been as it was since the '90s, early '90s. It should have been about stealth all the way to the bottom. But I mean, I recognize that changing times require changing business models, but that doesn't like Konami seems to think that it needs to dump its main resource into the trend when really what you can do is any suitable entrepreneur will just make a branch off their company or make a branch franchise on the
yeah.
new trend. You don't focus all your resources on every single passing trend
I know
because
it's another thing that's kind of you guys know Epic Games, right? The ones behind Metal Gear or not Metal Gear, Gears of War. They've
Yeah.
I found I don't know if you guys have heard of the Infinity Blade games, but I think they're published by Epic Games and they're made by a mobile developer called Chair.
Well, I thought wait, I know Chrono was it Infinity Blades or Chrono
Infinity
Blades
Blade.
that got the 3DS was getting the 3DS game.
Mm, well, no, no, I think as far as I know, Infinity Blade is staying on iOS, and it was only a trilogy of games.
Oh, right. Those were fun games actually. I've played the first one.
Yeah, I really hate the way that Woo has tarnished Unreal Engine's reputation when it can do things like Infinity Blade. Not really.
well, I mean, okay, let's take SquareSoft for instance. I mean, when SquareSoft wanted to go into action RPGs, it didn't make Final Fantasy Super Action. What it did is it made the Chrono Trigger franchise, and that worked out really well. Chrono Trigger, Chrono Cross. I think they made some other ones related to it after that. Was Square's foray into action RPGs, and it worked out really well. And you can see now with SquareSoft using Final Fantasy in its action RPG, it's basically moving Final Fantasy from its roots to what it is today. Because under the same strategies, Konami, you move your main series into the trends. You see today Final Fantasy is collapsing. Maybe it's the fact that 15 of them have been made at this point, and you can argue the same thing with Metal Gear. I mean, it's at least past its dozen iteration at this point. So I mean, maybe it's just the series are getting old, but at the same time, you can't dump your main resources in a passing trend. It never works out, and this is what's going to be Konami's downfall. They're losing their most talented designer at the same time they're moving business strategies to be, in all honesty, a really bad business strategy. So 5 years from now, will there be a Konami? Yes, maybe, but not as a main player.
All they
Yeah.
had was Kojima. That's the issue. They didn't have any other major franchises except for his. They didn't have any major development except for his that people really gave a damn about. So
I don't think it's a
it's
bad strategy.
what was that?
I don't think it's a bad strategy. They're going for mobile, and what I heard, they're going for gambling. And in Japan, it's huge.
But the thing is, Konami is it's not just Japanese, it's a massive multinational player. It might be based in Japan, but let's take it. I mean, like if Squaresoft did something like this as well, or Square Enix did something like this as well, it'd be stupid because their market is so much broader than just Japan.
Yeah, but the mobile, I mean, maybe they're going to move all the franchises they have to mobile.
Yeah, and that's a terrible idea because I mean, mobile isn't that big a market. It's one of the smallest markets out there. Yeah, it's growing, but at the same time, mobile games make up a very small fraction, and it's mostly in the casual gamer crowd that does it. And Konami's never been a casual games company.
Yeah,
Um, it's ridiculous that Konami would adopt this strategy at this time. You know.
Well, yeah,
Well,
it's,
since Kojima left, it might be also kind of forced to do that because they have no qualified developers.
That could be it
yeah.
too. I think that's
Yeah.
absolutely true.
But then all you do is hire. I mean, there's plenty of indies who would love to get the resources that Konami had to offer.
Oh, you know Konami doesn't have talent scouts that are looking out for indies. I mean, that's the problem with a lot of these Japanese companies is they don't have indie. There's not a major indie scene in Japan, and as a result, indies aren't a part of the video game production. I mean, a lot of the people who work in Japanese game development today are part of the old guard of the late '80s to early 2000s. So I
Yeah.
mean, you're going to see a huge decline in the Japanese gaming industry, a point where 5-10 years from now there really won't be any. Um, and it's sad to say, but I mean, it's just like Japan doesn't have. It's Japan in a nutshell. You know, it doesn't have enough young people
yeah.
in general, and
Yeah.
it can't, and doesn't really have a future in as a major player in any field, let alone game development.
Mm,
Well, I mean, couldn't that change though? Like I've seen some reports about Japanese indie companies, but they've been more based on like disc development and things um, like side shooters and that kind of thing.
so a really great idea for a shooter there recently called Cosmophony. Apparently, it's based around drum and bass music, and you get to shoot to the rhythm.
Ah, that's cool.
It was a niche gamer, and it actually did look pretty awesome. If I'll be honest, if not because I'm a fan of drum and bass music as well, but
Well, I mean, all of the good rhythm games have come out of Japan. I mean, it's part of their culture, you know. So I mean, they've always made excellent, very very excellent rhythm games.
it's
Because in Japan, precision and therefore timing-based games is a part of the sort of Japanese mindset. I mean, precision is one of the most important aspects. It's a mainstay in Japanese identity. So it really translates well into their game development.
that's a big thing in. Yeah, I suppose I can see that because like a lot of their martial arts are based around kata sequences. We're just talking about Japanese, how rhythm, precision, and timing and all that is a very important aspect of Japanese culture.
Surprises little that the famous bullet hell titles come all from Japan. Most of them.
Yeah, Toho, I should say.
Yeah, definitely one of the most famous.
I'm trying to find who I recently have been getting into more of the rhythm games since Rock Band and Guitar Hero are returning, and there's this game called Symphony that I've been playing that's really fun. I'm trying to figure out who developed it though.
Symphony. I think I did hear about that, but who made it? I don't know.
Yeah, it's kind of it's really fun. It's kind of like a bullet hell, except for with your with your own music. And so certain weapons or certain enemies will be determined by how on the nature of your music, how fast it is, how much bass there is, how
So
that
kind of
sort
like
of
Beat
thing.
Hazard. Kind of like
Yeah,
Beat,
kind
Beat
of.
Hazard. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I love that game.
There's another game. I cannot remember what it's called. It's like a racing game, and you upload your files, and it produces like an obstacle course based on the rhythm of your music.
Audio Surf?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's it. That's the one.
Yeah, I have audio. I have audio surf one. I'm waiting till the second one comes out of early access to get the second one though.
Mm.
So,
Yeah,
Kojima going Harakiri. Have we finished that part?
Well, I
Yeah,
mean, like, think how long Kojima. I mean, Kojima looks like a young guy, but he's been in the industry now for what, 25, 30 years. I mean,
well,
Yeah, he's like
that's
48 or something like
I
that
would,
last time
I
I
would,
checked.
I would hardly say Kojima is gonna just up and quit. I think he's just leaving Konami to go and do his own thing. And I think for ages he's just wanted to get out of Metal Gear.
yeah,
That really has been Metal Gear and Silent Hill have really been his game. Like they have been the only things he's really worked on, as far as I know.
yeah. I mean, and he's also been the lifeblood of Konami. And going back to what you were saying before about Konami switching gears because it's losing Kojima. I mean, Kojima wants to switch gears too. I mean, if you were doing the same thing for 25, 30 years, you'd want out eventually as well. And it goes twofold for Kojima. I mean, I'm not sure where Kojima's going next, but it'll be interesting to see where he goes and what he does with it.
Because the man's probably filthy rich at this stage.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Well, and that's the other thing that I really am looking forward to. It with these kinds of things, like the most recent, like the creator of Castlevania has recently gone to Kickstarter to make a Kickstarter-started version of a spiritual successor to Castlevania, and that's kind of exciting because technically he has so much money at this point that he can't afford to go do that. He can't afford to bank on nostalgia and not have to count on a publisher to get his games released. So they can finally create the kind of games that they want.
Yeah, but that's not what happened to Mighty Number 9.
Yeah, but that's hardly Inafune's fault, though. I mean, Keiji
Yeah.
Inafune went it with the best of intentions, but he just, he and I guess the people put in charge, so really him, put so many bad people. I mean, Dina is just one example. Put so many people who shouldn't have been in charge that the whole project collapsed on itself. So I mean, that's the problem with poor leadership.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But Mighty Number 9 was a good idea. I mean, who doesn't want a spiritual successor to Mega Man? But you can only make so many mistakes,
Yeah.
Well, and also I mean, with that, when you focus so much on game development, you aren't focusing on everything, essentially. So it's like, yeah, if you don't run your ship well, then you end up getting something where the aspects that are really important, like community building and those kinds of things, go to shit because you aren't looking out for your employees.
Yeah.
This is why nepotism isn't really a accepted standard in most industries, because it isn't based off of skill.
Yeah.
Which is really all that the hiring of Dinah was.
Yeah. Well, at least we've been fighting again. At least gaming has started to say no to nepotism in some regards.
In some regards, yeah. It'd be good though to see
Samantha
more
picked up
of
for
that.
Manny.
I mean, wasn't it the most recent Assassin's Creed reveal for Syndicate? Like there is this article that I saw claiming that they were pandering to feminists.
They're not.
Yeah.
Are they?
There
So they're
was
finally
this
caved.
article, I think, I'm not sure on which side, but it was pretty much like they are trying to use feminism to make more money, just basically pandering for bucks. Because you have never seen that before.
Yeah. These people are so deluded. They don't. They're only starting to wake up to their own nature now. It's hilarious.
Sargon's Law.
Wait, what's Sargon's law again?
whatever when you what was it? If you argue with these people, um, whatever they say about you is likely going to be a projection of themselves.
Yeah, I mean, it's hilarious, but it's like it is kind of sad. I mean, I realize that Unity did so poorly, but there's no reason for someone like Activision.
But thing is, like pandering to feminism is not going to get you game sales because no feminists fucking play games.
Yeah.
Well, this actually goes back to, like, the gaming industry wanted to reach a wider audience in around 2007. They started to bring in people who don't normally play games or don't actually, like, hold on a second, who are particularly invested in it heavily. And so we've got sort of this undedicated audience that is coming in and just not giving a damn about the internet.
Yeah, and we saw this a lot with the Gamers Are Good articles. It's like
Yeah,
when
can you imagine how do I put it? It's like pandering to people who don't have as much enthusiasm, but the audience is larger, and I can sort of sympathize as to why people would want to bring in more, well, to be honest, revenue in the gaming industry.
But I can understand too, but it ends at a point. You can only abandon your audience so much before it causes a harm. And yeah, you want to expand your audience, great. But I think really what it all boils down to is they're following the wrong trends. They're following media trends. They're following.
They're following incomplete information because
Exactly.
you know these casual gamers are often described as those who play on Facebook and stuff. 51% of them are females, so they
Yeah, and
definitely go for feminism on that one.
And it's the garbage in, garbage out principle. I mean, if you're given bad information, you're going to make bad decisions, and that's what's happening now. And I guess this partially fuels why Konami is going back to our original question, why Konami is moving to mobile games, moving to more casual market.
Just on that, it's kind of I was going to say that if we're going to have this, I don't disagree with having feminists and all that stuff playing video games. I don't care who plays video games.
I do.
Yeah.
You sexist pig.
Give me your shitlord card now.
But like, I don't particularly care who plays video games. I just think that there's going to be markets. I don't think they're not a mainstream market in the video gaming industry. They're a niche.
Yeah, but the problem is that many companies are trying to make them the mainstream. Media is trying to make them mainstream. The whole movement that they're going up against is trying to make it mainstream. And gaming company, it's forcing a square peg into a round hole, and that's ultimately what's going to undermine this business plan that a lot of companies are starting to develop.
Well, and it's really weird to me because I'm not sure that the publisher model has really worked in the past 10 years or so anyways, just given that, for example, we've seen things come out of Kojima where he's said that that Konami was saying, oh, people don't want to play this kind of game anymore, when people obviously wanted to play that kind of game.
Yeah.
So,
What kind of game are you talking about?
Triple A.
I don't think it was Kojima. I think it was Castlevania. But in the Castlevania video,
Lords of Shadow, because that's the one that came out when Kojima was vice president. And for the record, I love the hell out of that game. So I'm trying to think of what kind of game.
Well, here I'll bring it up because this is actually rather recent. This is
Okay. So,
this is the Kickstarter funded spiritual successor.
what thing?
Simon's Quest 3.
But to bring it all back, I mean, you have to ask yourself, why is this? And we see the state of games journalism today. With Kotaku, with Destructoid, all of them are saying the same thing. So, I mean, what can game companies do but follow what the game journalist friends are saying? They're like, okay, all these companies are saying the traditional gamer market is dead and it's all this new progressive market. So, what should we as a company do? Well, we should invest more in this progressive politics gaming market because that's where all the money is apparently.
Yeah, but
But that, sorry, go on, Samantha.
yeah, sorry. The thing is that basically this is straight up a reaction of the controversy of last year. I mean, they say like, oh, they want women in the game. Well, we're going to put women in the game. We're going to put feminist women in the game. And now they're saying, why are you putting feminist women in the game? Like, you can never win. That's the thing.
Exactly.
They always tell you can never win. Don't try to satisfy these people. Because
Give them an inch and they take a mile.
Basically.
I mean, they weren't like a bunch of feminists saying why there's no women in the multiplayer in Assassin's Creed Unity, why there's no female versions, and they're putting feminist women in at least strong, like quotes.
Yeah.
Have you actually seen the clothing of these women? They look like not burqa, but how was that called? Abaya something.
Conservatively dressed is what.
Yeah, but
Very conservatively dressed, yes. And feminists are still angry about it.
Well, that's the thing. There is no true feminist. We should rename the No True Scotsman No True Feminist.
Basically.
Well, yeah, exactly. What I mean,
But
there's no solid position anymore.
No, because it's all steeped in emotion. I mean, because there's no rationality to it. I mean, if they're too conservatively dressed, you're slut shaming. If you're too liberally dressed, you're objectifying them. It's by design because a movement centered around getting offended will always be offended. So you have it no matter which way you want, and that's why you have to sort of abandon tackling them rationally because you're not going to get a rational response from them. And I think we've seen this time and time again that there is no compromise, there is no room for discussion, there's only room for action. And the only thing you can do is stop them from further invading media. Whether it be journalism, whether it be games, you just can't let
There's
them
no
in.
true Joss Whedon.
Oh, shit.
Well, Joss Whedon,
that little bitch.
Joss Whedon. I mean, the thing with
He
Joss
is a
Whedon is
bitch.
that, yeah, he's a bitch, and he said, "Oh, it isn't feminism. Feminism can't be at fault. I just wanted to write." It's like, what was keeping you from writing?
It just breaks my heart because I loved Buffy the Vampire Slayer back when I was a teenager.
Me too.
Ironically, I think the most feminist characters are the ones that don't give a shit about feminism.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's what someone was saying about the Mad Max movie that I was talking to, that it was ironically feminist for basically just having strong female characters that didn't give a shit and were kicked ass.
And
So
saving other females.
not feminist then it's just man with boobs or whatever the hell that trope is called.
Yeah, if you actually
that trope
go through
doesn't
all,
exist.
if you actually go through all of Anita's tropes, you can literally see that you can never win. You will always
Yes.
fall under one of these tropes.
Yes, and okay, I know TV tropes is considered the best source on the planet, but I go by that for my media tropes because it's the only catalog that I know of, and I'm pretty sure if I looked up man with boobs, I would. Apparently, Mrs. Wu. I think Frank and Brianna might have stopped by.
Well,
I thought my microphone was muted. I'm sorry about that.
Oh shit, another fatality.
Well, like the strippers arrived, so I mean,
Can you put on your webcam?
Seriously. I mean, you gotta share with the class.
Tits or get the fuck out.
One question about the character of the new Assassin's Creed. Is it based on England in the 1800s?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It looks
Okay,
like-
it reminds me a lot. Sorry, it reminds me a lot of the women in the game The Order, 1886.
Yeah, 1886.
That kind of character, it seems like the feminist woman who doesn't need a man. It's like a copy of that.
I don't get that because
I don't think it's the same. I think it's portraying a different it's portraying a different sense. Like this is very much about con men. I'm getting more like Gangs of New York as opposed to Order 1886.
mm,
Yeah, it does. I read the plot synopsis. It does read a whole lot like the Leonardo DiCaprio film Gangs of New York that came out. I guess that was in the 90s. I can't remember it.
Yeah, one of my
2000.
favorite of his. So
But I've been playing a real like London-esque sort of industrial age game by the name of Bloodborne. So
oh yes.
fantastic,
Yes.
hard as nails, but pick it up anyway. And it does sort of have that whole old-timey London-esque sort of motif to everything. Like everybody has a trench coat or canes and top hats for the common man.
Mm.
Yeah, what I meant is that in the at least of the videos that I saw about the Order 1886, there's like when they talk about that character, the female character of the Order, it was like the typical feminist, like a man assumes, well, maybe he assumes, at least in that time, wasn't rare to assume that she needed help. But instead of saying, I don't know, no sir, no thank you, or no sir, she get aggressive.
That's the thing.
And
That's the thing about feminists is they have no concept of context. I mean, like, we had that debacle where the man from Polygon decided that Witcher 3 was racist. Incidentally, it allowed me to get blocked by Jamal, that Verinder or whatever his name is. But it was. I mean,
Oh, the racist Lantern Corp.
Yeah, or whatever it was. He accused the game of being racist based on the fact that there was no POCs there, despite the fact that it's set in a fantasy version of medieval Eastern Europe. I see a slight problem there.
well, I mean, I suppose they could have included it if they wanted to include some element of, African slave trade, if they wanted to find some pattern in history at that time.
But
But-
then
That's still
Yeah,
Yeah,
problematic.
exactly. It's African slave trade.
it's historically accurate because history is not politically correct, and neither is the truth of it.
Did you guys hear about the history course that's out that has banned World War One and World War Two?
yes,
Actually, it's a replacement. Actually, it's a anthropology class that can be counted as a history
Oh.
class. Well,
oh, then it's
Really?
doesn't matter.
No, you can't do that.
Talk about marginalizing the deaths of 6 million people.
Well, yeah, I mean,
91 million people. More
but I
than
mean,
one.
like, if you take history course and you say, okay, World War II never happened, then I guess the Holocaust never happened, and which kind of I know, like, this is why I'm thinking Miles Tron's behind this on some level, because it's like, well,
It also ruins the complete and total context for the Cold War, because that basically arose out of post
and
World
that's
War
the point. That's the point the Marxists go for.
Between
What kind of class is that? I mean, does it be to a degree or just a normal class? Because
no, it's
it would-
it's You can graduate with the course. I mean, the course that they're offering can be used as a requirement. So I mean, it's perfectly valid apparently to say that World Wars One and Two never happened and the modern world just came to be. It's a sort of like it's almost like a form of historical creationism in a way. Where
Yeah,
it's
I
like,
was just thinking that. It sounds like the Bible or the
Well,
Christianity.
this is nothing new. I mean, let's talk about Texas school books. What was the character of Thomas Jefferson?
By the way, so
But Thomas Jefferson never had sex with the, what is the name of the slave? Sally.
No,
Malcolm X.
No, Sally.
no, Thomas Jefferson's so-called slave lover.
yeah, Malcolm X.
there's a theory going around that Thomas Jefferson had an affair with a maiden or some slave woman. I can't remember the full details of that
I
history.
think he had like 12 children with her.
Oh Jesus!
Yeah, Sally Hemings.
Yeah.
Which,
Very motivated.
Point at that.
That man was.
though I really do now want to see a historical fan fiction of Thomas Jefferson and Malcolm X.
I mean, the Sally Hemings, there's a Sally Hemings. But there's two movies about Sally Hemings, actually.
The best one I've yet heard is the Anne Frank Dragon Ball Z crossover. That happened. Hitler is a Super Saiyan.
I must see this.
He's a super Aryan, never forget.
The thing is that it worries me because basically they're leading to the decaying of the then they're going to start saying, oh my god, like we're becoming an undeveloped country and the underdeveloped countries are becoming developed countries because they're actually teaching them all of the history that is supposed to happen, all of the real facts, and they're not hiding anything.
Well, here's my theory. You know how so a lot of these folks are Marxists, right? What they do by cutting out the period of World War One to World War Two, what they also get rid of is all the crimes against humanity that Stalin caused. You know, all the mass starvation, the gulags, all that ceases to exist. And by rewriting history and
And also, they cut out the propaganda. I think the bigger issue is the propaganda effort of not just the not just the Russians or the Germans, but also by the United States as well.
Oh my god, it was huge.
It was huge. It was mind fucking, and it was very similar to the kind of ploys that they use today.
Ironically, very. They can also thank McCarthy for inspiring their general attitudes.
I mean, there is actually knowing the whole history, watching all the propagandas, how the Nazis saw the Russians, how the Americans saw the Russians, saw the Germans, all of that, actually watching that, you learn a lot. I had to watch that. I actually had to watch from all of the sides. And actually you learn more about context and you learn more about how war is developed. These people are not going to, especially, and it's worrying because they are the people who are then going to lead countries who have the money to actually create war.
Yeah.
It is much easier. It is much easier to repeat the mistakes of the past if you don't know the past.
Yeah. That's not really striking.
I remember someone saying something along those lines, like if you forget the past, you're doomed to failure, or something like that. I can't remember exactly who or what the exact quote was.
Well, it's history, if forgotten, is doomed to repeat itself, and I can't remember who said it either. But
I think the one was those who are not studying history are doomed to repeat it.
Yeah, something along those lines. I mean, it's said 1,000 different ways. But I think what's really striking is because of the lack of real awareness of history and what it looks like the rewriting of history on a lot of levels is that what's really fascinating is in Edward Gibbon's Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, he outlines major reasons why Rome fell. And those same reasons are what's plaguing us today. I mean, you have decentralization of the family, you have corruption, you have the same societal shifts. Sorry?
One of the reasons why Rome fell is that they were spread too far, too thin, and they couldn't keep the Visigoths under heel.
Yeah, and that's a very simplific. That's a very external sort of military history perspective of it. The Visigoths were basically just the death knell of it. I mean, to say that the sacking of Rome was the fall of the Roman Empire is a little misleading because what you're taking out is the centuries of economic decay, of societal decay. Those things. Yeah, exactly.
Well, I think no civilization ever, no civilization is eternal in any sense of the word. They all are doomed to failure at some stage as a matter of course.
Yeah.
Like Rome was the death knell of Greece. The Visigoths were the death knell of the Western Roman Empire, and the Ottomans were the death knell of the Eastern Roman Empire. And just over time, all these things just collapse.
Yeah. But I mean, it's important to see why they collapse because the fall of past civilizations could help us not fall future civilizations. That's why the study of history is so important. But because people are undervaluing or devaluing history and the lessons it teaches us, we're going the same way the Roman Empire is, and that's not good at all. I mean, like the West is overextending, culturally, militarily. The Iraq and Afghanistan wars are just proof of that. And what we're seeing today is a complete societal and economic collapse in the same way that Rome societally and economically collapsed. So, if you want to trace, patterns, that's exactly what we need to stop.
I don't know who said that, but there's a pretty good quote for that too. The entropy of the universe mirrors itself in the society of man.
That is cool.
As from slowly you build up, then comes decay, then comes downfall.
The problem is that if somebody saying like this history class, is somebody saying no, stop, this is not a good idea?
Irish
I
history.
think there's the fortunate news, I think, on the university front with this kind of thing is that I think it's not as widespread as people think. Like, yes, there are general trends, but, there's not going to be next semester 20 universities that cannot talk about World War I at all in their history classes. Like,
adopt Common Core, that will be the norm.
It's a
well,
slow
even
process.
then, Common Core doesn't dictate what is taught in itself. It's a framework to apply curriculum.
And if
Because I've actually had to look into it before for a class. So
then you will not receive federal funding, and then
What is Common Core?
you have a car?
No,
Yeah,
what is
Common
Common
Core.
Core?
What's Common Core?
Yeah.
Common
A
Core
horrible mistake.
legislation unify the educational systems simply by taking the regular state public schools and sort of unifying it under a federal standard. And
Reducing it to the most common denominator.
and I mean, the thing is, it's a standard. It isn't a curriculum.
But it
So
has to
you
do with
have,
schools or colleges included.
and yeah, in college and high school is included because one of the things it's trying to do is bridge the gap because there's a huge gap between the quality of students coming out of high school and those entering college.
Yeah, the college, even here in Ireland, like the difference between what you're asked of in college and what you're asked of in secondary is fucking huge. I mean, in college you're asked to reason, whereas most of secondary is, here is X, Y, and Z, learn it, get your A1, and get 600 points. That's basically it.
And it's very similar the way it is in Canada too. High school, secondary school doesn't provide much in terms of skills, not even really any relevant learning. And you learn that when you get into university really quickly. Is that everything you learn in high school is just basically garbage, and you have to start from scratch.
Yeah, I
Um,
mean, like,
Yeah.
I actually think that, well, among other things, is that we should introduce a second maths class. Basically, um, they'd be like theoretical maths and practical maths.
Well, and I've said this about history for years, like the way that it's taught in the United States in what would be considered secondary school is pathetically driven by like dates and faces when the way they teach it in the university is more theoretical, where it's how this information was derived, where it came from,
Ooh.
mhm.
We
and
ca
that sort of thing.
That's kind of how it's taught here. It's kind of a mix of those two. Like you're given, sometimes we're told that we're given a question like,
Secondary school, like, centers heavily around the great man theory, where all actions stem from one person in a historical setting, and
Huh.
events sort of center around that one person's actions. And
I
then
was
it
going.
goes on to the theory, like you did say earlier, that events and theories around historical settings happen in college.
I was going to ask because at least in our there's a common core, I think, in our school system, not college system, because I mean there wouldn't be colleges of different ideologies if there was
right.
like the same common core even in colleges. But the thing
Right.
is that we have this curious case. I mean, we have a very conflicted history, and
Wait, Samantha, whereabouts are
we
you based?
me, I'm from Chile.
Okay, fair
So
enough.
basically, our history goes from the establishment of the creation of the country by the Spaniards, and then the independence, and then goes to up to Civil War, then war with Peru. But the thing is that it basically stops in 1973 and then jumps to 1990.
Well,
Usually between 1973 to 1990 is not a lot of is not taught about a lot in schools.
well,
In
did
college, yes,
nothing
That's
did
the Pinochet regime, isn't it?
yeah, yes.
they want to do they want to forget it or something, or
I'm guessing. I mean,
Uh,
that would
Pinochet
make
was,
sense.
yeah.
it's not. I don't think they wanted to forget. I don't think it's that they want to forget. Is that the wounds are still open. So people are still fighting against each other because of it. Because there's people who thought it was a good idea and other people who thought it was a bad idea.
Okay, fair enough.
And the people who were part of it are still alive and they're not old yet. I mean, it was like parents, grandparents are still like based on that ideology in
Yeah,
one side or the other, and basically the country was divided.
yeah,
So it's
it's kind of
understandable. It's understandable to a certain point because you don't want to open more wounds and start fighting again. But usually you don't talk about it. The politicians still talk about it and they still fight about it. And you're never going to end up like learning from it.
Yeah.
well.
Well,
There's kind of it's kind of similar thing here in Ireland with the unionist Samantha, you know Ireland has been partitioned between Republic of Ireland and Northern Ireland.
What?
Yeah, I
yeah,
heard.
there are two islands. Yeah.
Yeah, there's the island of Ireland, and then there's
Yes,
two
yes,
countries
yes.
on the very small island for some reason. But anyway, we're really only coming out of our first generation of the Troubles. Like
Yeah.
that all happened in the 60s, 70s, and 80s.
I think that happened in a lot of countries like Ireland, Spain,
Mm,
But Ireland, there's a lot of deep divisions in Ireland that go back a long time. I mean, the
1600s.
reason that there are two Irelands is basically because you have a Protestant North and a Catholic South,
Oh yeah,
And
and
yeah, that.
apparently one version of the Bible is better than the other, despite the fact that they're both the same bloody book.
Well,
The
in
100 years
in
war never ended there.
Well, it depends. If you like the King James version, you're going to get a far more royalist view on things than if you go with something else.
that
Mm.
division is not I mean, that division, I don't know what happened in Ireland, because that division exists in a lot of other countries. In my country, we're mostly Catholic, but we still, like, the friction between Protestants and Catholics is not
Well,
in any place free to
Protestantism Protestantism is very deep in English in the English culture, especially because they had their own branch of Protestantism made. And
Found on the bollocks of King Henry VIII.
yep. So what we have is in the north of Ireland, there are a lot of people loyal to the crown. These are the Unionists, and they are Protestant.
Mostly.
Mostly Protestant. I mean, there are Catholics that live there too, but as a rule, Unionists are Protestant, and because they loyal their allegiance to the Queen and to the United Kingdom, they find themselves clashing a lot with the Republicans, the nationalists in Ireland, who are mostly Catholic and mostly live in the other 30 counties that aren't part of it. What it really boils down to is back in the 30s, Winston Churchill focused a lot on suppressing the Irish. Before that, though, you have the War of Independence in the 20s, but afterwards there was a lot of suppression of the Irish in the north, and so you had a division between the north and the south, and yeah, it's been bad ever since. You have the establishment of the IRA, the original IRA, then the reformed IRA, then you have Sinn Féin.
Provisional IRA.
Yeah, the provisional IRA. You have Sinn Féin, who are basically diplomatic IRA. And, it's a really bad situation, and a unified Ireland would be nice. But at the state that it's in now, what there is a really uneasy peace. I mean, a lot of the terrorist attacks, the troubles that come. Sorry, go ahead.
The thing is that the Irish people, the Republic, us in the Republic, don't want the Northern Irish, because there's no all the IRA and UVF attacks and all that have bombed all their bloody industry to shit, and they haven't recovered that industry. Instead, they've gone and they're all working in the government or on Dole or some shit.
Yeah, and a lot of them are actually working. Belfast is really the only productional part of Northern Ireland at this point, because there's a shipping industry. Other than that, there really isn't much of Northern Ireland.
It's very small at this stage. It's almost gone at this stage.
Yeah, and the fact of the matter is that the Northern Irish and the Irish aren't really the same people anymore anyways. The Northern Irish are more British.
Scottish.
And, more Scottish. I mean, a lot of them are Ulster Scots, not actually factorial Irish people. I mean, a lot of them aren't even actually Irish, but the ones that are Irish are more English and Scottish in culture
attitude.
now and attitude than the rest of Ireland at this point. So it's a really difficult problem, because you have people who want the unification of the island as one single state, but at the same time you have just two clashing cultures.
Yeah. Anyway, enough on, I think it's enough on the wonderful politics of my little shitty home island. I think another thing we wanted to bring up was, I don't know if anyone's heard about Aaron Gajoni's.
Oh yeah.
Aaron Gajoni is going to try and bring Zoe Quinn to court, or appeal against his gag order. Yeah.
She's going. There's like. She has no evidence to back up any of her claims against this guy, and I haven't read the full report.
Yeah, it was her
She's
feelings.
a liar.
Yes, I mean, like it's fucking bullshit. I mean, like, we saw that thing from Boston Magazine. The way she's posed in it, apart from looking absolutely fucking horrible in that dress. Oh, jeez, it was painful to look at. But she did not look like a victim at all. She looked like
She's not. She's the attacker. She manipulated, and I think he even hit him.
Probably did.
I mean, and I don't know why people are not just. Well, I think I don't get how people don't see through her bullshit.
Because it falls in line with the politically correct victim narrative, and so.
They should go to Judge Judy.
They want it to, despite all evidence to the contrary. So
they should go. I mean, actually, that's not a bad idea. They should go to Judge Judy. You
Judge,
know what?
Judge Judy,
Yeah.
the Gamergate.
You know what?
Actually,
You know
yes.
what? Well,
Let's-
actually, it's not a bad idea because Judge Judy is not a feminist. She doesn't consider herself a feminist, and she worked in the family courts for 20 years.
Yeah,
So
and
she
she is.
actually understands cases like this.
Yeah, and she is.
They
You
want
know,
show trials. Let's give them fucking show trials. Let's let's pull out all the stops. Let's not actually take this to court because that would actually legitimize.
Go full
Yeah,
Stalin.
John Cena can be the bailiff.
Let's create a new hashtag for this. Go full Stalin.
Oh, what?
Go full Stalin.
Stoll was the first one to do the.
I know, but he's the
Show
most
trials.
famous. He's the most famous.
Full now.
I know it's horrible.
Oh God.
No, but actually, Judge Judy, she worked 20 years, I think, in the family courts. And she actually, you can see in her cases, she knows exactly when a woman is pulling some shit to get her way.
Yes, but
Yeah.
generally speaking, Judge Judy is not understood to be. I'm not gonna say a real judge. She is a real judge, but she's not a legitimate judge per se.
Yeah.
Not really serving.
Also, you forget this is American court. Money makes the rules.
Yeah, that's Ireland too.
Everywhere.
Yeah, pretty much. You can afford the lawyer.
Yeah, but in America it's really extreme. I mean, do you remember the affluenza stuff? I mean, that was fucking insane.
Oh, I don't
What?
remember that one.
Oh,
let's.
yeah.
I mean, we can talk about so many
We
things.
had a case like that, actually. We had a case of a guy who was the son of a rich, minister not a minister, he was from a congressman, and he basically walked free of actually having killed a person drunk.
Yeah, no, that happens a
the
lot.
defense was really good.
Yeah, that happens a lot. I mean, but the affluenza case. So this kid gets really drunk and he kills someone. I think drunk driving. Takes him to court. Four people drunk driving.
He killed an entire family.
Yeah, and
What?
so and they take him to court, and the judge finally rules, okay, this is serious, but the thing is, he grew up so rich that he never learned the consequences or the consequences of actions. So we'll just let him go. I mean,
I mean, that's not necessarily false. I mean, we have seen Brianna Wu. The bitch doesn't understand reality. I mean,
yeah, but you still put them in jail. You still put them in jail.
No. The thing is that they need to learn some.
Yeah, and they'll learn that in
someday.
jail. They'll learn
Or
that
in
in
an
jail.
asylum.
Yeah.
I mean, I definitely believe that. I definitely believe Brianna Wu has some serious problems with her brain.
Did
Without
trans,
That's different. Yeah,
did
I mean,
trans,
he could have gone to that jail that the guy from the Wolf of Wall Street went. I mean, all jails for rich people are not necessarily that bad. He could have gone to jail.
Uh-huh.
Well, yeah.
He still deserves to go to somewhere for his actions. I mean, just because you're rich doesn't mean you should get away with murder. Especially killing entire families. I don't give a fuck how rich you are. You have to go to fucking prison. I don't care. I don't care if they never learn the consequences of their actions. Well, they'll learn. They'll learn the consequences of actions. And anyone else who thinks they can get away with killing people will also learn the consequences of their actions. There's no mercy for that. There just shouldn't be.
there's no favoritism in law, is what you're saying.
There ought not to be. There is favoritism in law, but there ought
There
not to
should not be, yeah.
I'm crowded here. We've got 9 fucking people here.
Getting a little crowded.
Yep. Anyway. So basically this rich kid, just because I missed some of it, this rich kid decided to go on a binge, get in a car, and then winds up murdering a family, and the judge says you're not guilty because you're a little snotty
you're
rich
rich.
bitch.
Because you're too
Because
rich to go to prison.
You're a rich bitch So we're not going
Well,
to. We're not going.
where what I would have done in that case is not sent him to prison, sent him to a fucking hospital, and said, okay, you're going to be working with the fucking
Treatment.
morgue,
Nurses.
and you're going to process all those dead bodies, specifically from people who were killed by drunk drivers. Have fun.
If I had a judge
Oh,
weighing in,
Trust
on
me,
my
we
case,
don't know if actually that kid is a sociopath.
No, we know he killed it. He confessed to killing them. Like whether or not he killed them was not in question. There was so much evidence, and the kid confessed. Like he killed them. Like there's no question about it. He killed them. They're dead because of it.
Okay, I mean that we don't know if he actually cares.
No, of course he doesn't care because he's a sociopathic rich person. I mean, like
Yeah, that's why it doesn't.
Well, this wasn't.
there is a psychological phenomena that very powerful or very rich person get sort of trained to become sociopath. The more power you have, the more sociopathic tendencies you develop.
yeah.
There's
get that.
also a
That's
theory
like-
that says that a lot of rich people tend to be already psychopaths. So
Well-
there's actually not, and if his father or mother are actually people from Wall Street, there's a very high chance that he is the son of an actual psychopath.
Yeah, but
And
he
he
should still
probably
go to prison.
inherited that trait.
Well, yeah, but that doesn't matter though. I mean, you go to prison for your actions, not for your
Yeah,
genetics.
I mean, no,
Yeah.
what Robert said, that if he actually had a problem, supposedly a psychological problem, he should have been to a psychiatric hospital because he said supposedly
Before
had
he
a
killed
problem.
someone. If
Well,
it really was
yes,
a problem,
obviously.
if it was a
Crazy
problem,
people, crazy people go to psychiatric hospitals. No,
Yes.
yeah,
yeah, but here's the thing: if you really have a problem, like if they really knew that that he had lost the ability to process consequences, he should have gone to prison before he killed a family. Or no, sorry, he should have gone to a psychiatrist before he killed a family, not afterwards. I mean, it's too little, too late at that point. You know, if you really do have a problem, you get it checked out and you get it treated before you do something
Yeah.
criminal.
but that
And at
happened.
that,
the
and at
same
that
with,
point, he should have gone to prison, and he should have received mental care at the prison.
Damn straight.
Yeah, but that's the thing. That happened. Isn't that the same thing that happened with Elliot Rogers? He actually went to psychiatric, and it didn't work.
Well, then he killed. Then he died in a shootout that he caused. So it's like, and if they had caught him, he would have gone to prison, and rightfully so. I don't care. Once you start killing people, you've basically lost your right to negotiate. In my books, anyways, like it's over. Like you just don't deserve freedom. I don't care who you are.
Yeah, we know that, but I'm not trying to say he doesn't deserve freedom. I'm just saying that he actually had a problem. He
Yeah.
should have gone to somewhere, and he didn't. I don't get why. There was like a psychological problem supposedly by the judge. He didn't send him somewhere, at least to get some treatment.
And that's
I mean,
the thing.
you don't
they
send
use
people.
him for treatment.
You don't send people who are crazy to be with their family because they're dangerous.
Is it just me, or does this sound very much like those Islamic rape gangs we heard about a while ago?
The Rotherham rape gangs.
Rolana,
Oh, you know what? I'm actually starting to think that. Sorry. I'm actually starting to think that the police. This is like a conspiracy theory. But I mean, the problem with the rape gangs is actually that the community, the inside itself, like the Muslim community that surrounded those people, actually knew what was happening, and they were telling the police to get on that case and to stop it, and the police did nothing. I think they're actually using the excuse that they were saying like, "Oh no, we didn't want to be racist." I think
Stop
they were
people
actually
shaming them.
I think they were trying to. Maybe they were trying to just let that community to become not corrupted, but marked by that. They were maybe trying to not benefit them. because the community itself was saying this is happening, you have to stop it. Like there were like leaders of inside the community, religious leaders, political leaders saying you need to stop this, and they did nothing. When the leaders of the community say something, you do it because they are giving you the pass. They are giving you the pass to do it, and you're not going to get accused of being racist if the leaders know that you need to.
Well, no, the thing is that this is one of the things that Sockjaws has done to the world, is that they've made us afraid to do this stuff. I mean, like, I suppose I don't know how much I speak for this group, but I'd say most of us would say if you've done something like these guys have done, you've lost your right to claim prejudice because you've committed one of the most heinous crimes, and you've done it repeatedly.
And then you had a, then you would have
being actually sexist, racist, or bigoted is one of the highest social crimes you can commit. So
But social shouldn't come above criminal. I mean, these guys were.
Yeah, that's the thing. They were not going to actually. The leaders of the community were saying to the police to stop these actions. So we knew that if they actually arrested those people, they were not going to be able to say they were being prejudiced because the leader were going to probably back up the police.
Yeah.
They would still do it, and then you would have Britain, Baltimore.
No, because if Al Sharpton is actually saying that it's okay.
We had that a few years ago, anyway.
Well, I mean, wasn't the London riots and the Guy Fawkes days? I mean, isn't that pretty close to a British version of
Baltimore? Yeah.
Baltimore? Yeah.
No, but that's the thing.
Did anyone notice? Did anyone notice that a lot of the looters had toilet roll?
What?
Did anyone else notice that a lot of the Baltimore looters were making off with massive things at toilet roll?
Yeah, because it's.
And used it later on like Halloween pranks.
Because they want
Because that's the most useful thing you need.
Yeah.
And I
That was kind of funny, though.
90% of them can't even name the guy that was murdered.
Yeah, it wasn't about that. It wasn't about what the media said the protests were about. Fundamentally, it was an excuse to loot. It was an excuse to steal. It was an excuse to break things.
Yeah,
They wanted to riot, and therefore they rioted.
afterwards.
Way to go to break stereotypes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
No, actually, I was reading the other time. I was actually hearing a book about a book by Thomas Sowell.
Mm-hmm.
That black economist is a very really intelligent man, and he was saying that a lot of the behaviors of the people from the ghetto can be explained from the behaviors of the people that actually were from the place that they came, and he was really trying to give a good explanation about the behaviors of the people from the poor side of the black community. He was not trying to justify anything. He was just trying to explain. That's the good thing. I mean, there's really a few people inside the black community that they don't accept those behaviors. They understand where they come from, but you have to always reprimand those behaviors, especially if they're your people. Like, it used to be like that. I mean, it used to be like that. What happened? I mean, in the olden days...
Well, in the case of the Baltimore thing, I was talking with someone from the area, and they were like, no, yeah, this is completely the younger generation, and the older generation is out there basically with the police trying to stop the looters.
Because I mean, in the olden days, the black people, especially black men, the thing was to teach their sons or the boys from the community, not to steal, not to not behave in any way that they knew the consequences of their actions. They knew that the police was going to kill them or beat them up. So they tried to behave the most correct way possible. But now, it's like they think they have a free pass.
Well, does anyone else notice a correlation between this and hip-hop music?
Well, let's go. Come on now.
Yeah.
Let's
No.
not.
I think no. It has to do. I mean, there's the glorification of the thug culture, which is not necessarily just a black thing. It's a general like.
But it,
I mean,
it's
it's in all people here too.
And okay, I know I'm sounding like Jack Thompson and Sarkeesian here by saying this, but in this case, I think there is something to be said for this glorification of like sit all day smoking weed.
Well,
fucking
Every day.
and Callan's onto something. I mean, it's they do this continuously, not because there's anything wrong with them or culture or anything like. It's because they're given the pass to do it.
Exactly.
I mean, if you speak out against them, you're called a racist. If you
that's
you
exactly.
protest, you know, it's
Well, and I also think, however, there's also a situation going on where there also is negative reinforcement going on. If you're told, as Samantha has sort of suggested, that if you go and steal something, the police are going to go and kill you. Well, you might start acting more defensively, which might mean not stealing, but it also might mean stealing, but also arming yourself and going and aggressing against anyone who tries to stop you, who may or may not happen to be cops.
The thing is that the black community, at least in the 60s and 80s, they knew. I mean, especially the men, they knew if they committed. When actually there was actual racism in a lot of places, very marked racism, they knew they couldn't do anything outside of the norm, or they could suffer horrible consequences. Now that everything actually has changed, that racism has gone down, they claim that everybody's racist.
Hey, real quick, guys. I just wanted to jump on the stream and say hi, and thanks, Rob, for letting me on. But I have to be going to work, though, right now. I got to start work at 4, so I have to get ready. But I wanted to say what's up to you guys.
thanks for coming on.
See you around.
Yeah, definitely.
Catch you next time.
Yeah, we'll talk more later on.
But yeah, I think there's it's a difficult thing going on where you have some media that's starting to justify these vile actions for whatever reason. You have some
Riot shaming.
Yeah, but I mean, let's look at it for a second here. It's these riots are getting worse and worse, and African American crime, especially youth crime, has gone up end on end. You can't claim it's, and here's the thing: you can't claim it's race-based, because here's the thing: we're further from slavery, we're further from the civil rights movement than any other time in history. You can't say that the further we get away from those things, the worse it gets. You know, there is other things involved. It's not a racial issue; it's a cultural issue. You give these people the right to riot, you give these people the right to steal, to break, to do whatever they want. They're going to do whatever they want. It's human nature. You know, you can't make it a racial issue.
Yeah, but that's kind of where I was going with my points on hip hop music. Is that I think it's.
I don't think it's necessarily hip hop music.
No. I'm not. No.
I mean, in the things is that inside hip hop music, there's a culture that is basically thug culture, like thug, like gangster, and that is the problematic part of hip hop that.
That's what I was getting to. Is that there's this. Is that they're all like oh, it's great to sit around all day. It's great to be violent.
Stereotypical anarchists.
Yes, they want to do this stuff, and they want to be able to do it. Like, oh yeah, it's great to say fuck you to the cops, and then we've got the leftists, the far leftists, who are justifying these riots. And what's this going to do? It's going to perpetually. It's kind of going to create a feedback loop combined with this kind of. I'm sure most of us here know the term Oreo, black on the outside, white on the inside. When you have that level of shame, when you have that sort of shaming towards self-improvement, you're inevitably going to have a self-destructive culture.
Well, I think we need to be careful, especially when we start trying to correlate things that might not.
No, black people are really classes against people who are black and actually have gone up
Yeah.
The term bougie. The term
They have
bougie
even
from
they
the
even
black
have
people have to.
they even have terms like white speak for being able to
Yeah.
properly speak English. Go
Yeah.
fuck yourself.
Well, and yeah,
That's
with
just what
something like that, it's
But it's an unhappy truth. I know that, Robert. But I mean, at the same time, it is the truth. I mean, yeah, you know, we live in a society where. But I think to go back to how it helps the leftists, it's the leftists are trying to push this very quote unquote revolutionary cause. They're trying to push this anti-establishment nonsense with that, which
Actually,
is
there
capital.
was the Frankfurter School taught them, not only the Frankfurter School, but they taught them that if you can't establish communism in a working society, destroy that society, destroy everything, every alternative you have, so that communism wins out.
That's exactly. I'm glad you brought that up. Hey, Cracks, I fucking love you because you always say exactly what I'm thinking. But
Oh,
yeah,
God.
no, that's exactly what I was going to say.
I would be more. I guess I would be more on board with something like the Frankfurt School, but to say that hip hop has
No, we don't say
No,
hip hop. We're
no,
saying that
no.
there's one
Hip-hop
part
is
of hip hop, which is the one that promotes the culture of the gangster, which is not necessarily black. There's a lot of white people promoting that same culture, which is not necessarily positive
and
for
really,
anybody.
hip-hop's a byproduct of it. I mean, it's not the source of it by any means, but it's a byproduct of the greater problem.
how then, however, is that the case? And something like video games aren't promoting exactly what critics of
Because
video
the
games.
statistics are against it,
Nothing to do
Robert.
with that.
Because the statistics are against it, Robert. I mean, the thing is, year on year, like I said, African American crime goes up, whereas violence goes down in relation to violent video games. I mean, it's because the statistics are against it. It's not that culture will never. It's not a matter of principles. It's a matter of statistics. It's not that media will never influence anything else. It's that media will, causality speaking, is different for each case, and you
It has
can't
to
compare.
do. It has to do with a lot of with poverty. If black kids were from, if there's a family of black people from the middle class whose kids play video games, there's very high chances those kids are not going to rob anything because those kids have a very stable family, have economic advantages, and those kids probably are going to go to high school and they're going to graduate and they're going to college.
But there's the thing, and also what I said, like with the term we've said with like terms like white speak and Oreo and all that. This is so much that this just goes beyond simple the Jack Thompson argument. This is their entrenched cultural norm, and I think
but the poverty argument is going to be different than the media argument if you understand sort of where I'm coming from.
Yeah, no, but no one's saying that hip hop is the source of this violence. It's a byproduct of this violence.
Yeah.
The violence.
There's hip hop. There's hip hop that used to talk about the struggle. It used to talk about the struggle of black people and the desire to go out of the ghetto. And now there's a bunch of rappers and hip hop artists that are talking about basically going back to that. And a lot of the people who used to come from that, they stopped talking about that in their lyrics. They're talking about other things like having fun, and people are calling them sellouts, and like it's very unfair because they're actually just talking about new things. They don't need to talk about the struggle anymore. They understand the struggle, that struggle for them is over, and that's a good thing. There's nothing wrong with having to go and improve yourself. I think it's actually something very deplorable about trying to keep black people inside that culture, the ghetto culture, because it's basically saying you cannot go out of that.
Yeah, that's
cultural isolation.
Yes. I think the term like Oreo and all that is somewhat envy-based. Like these people, they kind of look upon black people who have made it out of the ghetto, and they kind of look on with envy, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
I'm not saying.
And if white people are starting to promote that, why are not the people saying that how racist that is? There was an article. I mean, there was an article saying that white people shouldn't talk about, like, they shouldn't be talking about ghetto culture because supposedly ghetto culture, listen to this, was part of black culture. That is the most racist thing that I've ever heard. Like
Have
a
you ever
person who went to
Cultural appropriation.
of ghetto culture. That's not ghetto is about the problems with that has to do with class. It doesn't have to do with race. The
Wiggis.
problem is that a lot of black people are in the
There's a
ghetto
lot
culture.
of white ghettos, man. Like,
Oh,
Yes,
shit,
there's a lot
nigga.
of them.
it's not a purely black thing for people to
No.
live impoverishedly.
No.
And it may not be their fault, but still, it is not a race-based issue for this ghetto culture. It's nonsense.
Yeah, and that's
With
my
the
thing.
same- with the same argument, you could also say that that ghetto culture is part of Jewish culture. You remember, like the Warsaw ghetto.
They're basically saying that poor being black is being poor, and that is a very racist thing to say. Truly racist, no like, oh, this is racist. No, actually something basically saying that part of the nature of black people is being poor. That's very racist.
You will be penalized if you do it, racist.
I mean, if we can't have any opinions on these people because we're not black.
Well, I'm a POC, so I'm good.
So only Samantha can. We have to listen to Samantha because she
No.
is
A woman of color too. I mean,
Yeah.
she's a woman.
She's just a soap puppet.
Yeah. No, but actually, I think I really want people. That's what irks me about, like, there's a lot of comedians like Chris Rock. There's Chris Rock, and if you actually watch his show, Everybody Hates Chris, he is the typical, like, the old school comedian who was like, we need to get out of the ghetto. Your parents work 2 jobs so you can go to college. Like, your mom works 2 jobs too so you can go to college. So you don't sell drugs. So you don't shoot anybody. That was the old family structure of the black community. They needed to work it out. And
Yeah.
now they're actually letting them do anything they want, even if it's actually damaging them. It's damaging their community, and this is really sad. And I want black people to improve.
Does anyone else feel that this is in some way tied to affirmative action?
Yes, well, this is affirmative action is meant to
We're giving you the job.
support this exact sort of thing.
well,
We're giving you the job because you're black. Just,
yeah, it's anti-meritocratic fundamentally. I mean,
Well, it's become that. It's become maybe at one stage, maybe at the very start, it was a very short-term solution to a problem.
The ways
But-
to hell are paved with good intentions.
Yeah.
Do you know
Well,
Tommy
even then, the
Sotomayor?
original movement to affirmative action was flawed. It didn't take into account the fact that there weren't enough people of these demographics to actually do a good job in these fields, which is why the specialization was happening in the first place.
Mm.
Yes, but I mean, like, I
forgot.
What I also often like about this is that often on the crazy left you will hear that meritocracy is inherently racist, and then you think about, does that argument not actually say that other races are inferior?
Yes.
Well, I take that as a compliment.
Exactly.
When they say meritocracy is inherently racist, like, oh, thanks, that means a lot. I mean,
That basically means that white people are inherently better.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's exactly what they're saying.
They're
Sorry,
actually so left. They actually went completely. I mean, the whole cultural appropriation. It's 1960s racist. Like, it's 1960s Mississippi racist.
Well,
I mean,
Well, and like even if
Colored
you
people
want to talk,
became people of color. I mean,
Yeah.
they didn't even change the term.
Even if you want to talk about it,
They just
like
made it like they just made it sound like it was Starfire from Teen Titans who was saying it, rather than a new term. And I mean, like, well, I was going to say that it's not so much that these people are so far left that they've gone right. I think it's that they're so far left that everything else is to the right.
Well, and then here's the thing. The irony is, some of the most racist people there are.
Yeah.
It's like, to paraphrase Churchill. I mean, the racists of the future will call themselves anti-racist, and that's what we're seeing today. It's like there's so much on this inquisitorial mode that everything is just evil, and by that they make themselves just sound completely evil. You know.
And even by that merit, I mean, it's really interesting, at least from a historical perspective, because people may point to racist legislation like the Chinese Exclusion Act. Well, the Chinese Exclusion Act was made specifically for Chinese people who were getting such bad harassment out west that it wasn't safe for them.
Yeah, and another problem is that racism, is not just a person of color issue. It's like, Kellen, you've never had to deal with this because you fucking stayed in Ireland, but it's often said that the Irish in North America had to earn our whiteness because until the 60s, it was still legal to put ads up that said no Irish need apply, and that happened a lot. It's like
I heard about that. Yeah. Well, I also. Even though I'm only technically half Irish because my dad's American.
So you're only part oppressed. Sorry.
But yeah, it's. I mean, it's still really bad too, because I remember what was the holiday that just passed? Cinco de Mayo, and they were talking about how racist Cinco de Mayo was. Yeah.
What?
Yeah, no, there was a lot of Sock Just stuff that day about how Cinco de Mayo is. But
can someone explain this holiday to me? I've never heard of it.
Yeah, me too. I don't know it.
So it's a Mexican holiday. It's
okay.
It's the Day of the Dead, right?
No,
that's the Day of the Dead.
But
wait, I'm
Cinco de Mayo. Cinco de Mayo is the day that the Mexicans won this important battle for their independence. But that's not the point I'm trying to make. The point I'm trying to make is that Cinco de Mayo was openly attacked as this racist holiday. Yet every St. Patrick's Day, and it's really bad in Ottawa too. I mean, there's an offensively large St. Patrick's Day where people use it as an excuse to get drunk and mock the Irish. I mean, it's ridiculous. Like, these people, they come out in full green.
Why is racist? I mean, why is racist? I mean,
it's because
that's racist. I mean, saying that
because
there's white Mexicans, right?
But here's the thing, no, you don't understand so much. Just because Irish people are white doesn't mean we don't. Racism can't happen.
Remember, it's only been about. It hasn't even been 100 years. It hasn't even been 100 years since the English stopped. Well, I'm not going to say shitting on us because they actually did treat us quite well. But like it's not even been 100 years since we gained independence.
Yeah, and here's the thing: in North America, Irish people are still mocked and treated horribly. I mean, it's like,
well, sometimes, but I mean, everyone in America gets pushed around.
Sometimes. Sure, but here's the thing: if there was
American is Irish for some reason.
Here's the thing. But here's the point I'm trying to make is that Cinco de Mayo, because Mexicans aren't white, you're missing my point, Samantha, you're missing my point. The fact that it was a caricature of a race, a day dedicated to caricaturing a race, it was appropriately called racist. But the fact of the matter is, because St. Patrick's Day every year, the Irish are openly mocked, and it's just allowed to happen, and no one says things like, haha, so much fun to mock the Irish. And the same mockery played against the Mexicans is appropriately called racism. And that's the fundamental problem that we face. And especially in Ottawa, it's like there were Mexicans celebrating St. Patrick's Day. There's the same Mexicans protesting Cinco de Mayo.
I think actually it will correspond more than racism, it corresponds more into xenophobia.
No, it's not xenophobia, because my people have been here longer than a lot of others have been. I mean, my family.
Oh, yeah, but this is the essence of them being Irish.
Yeah, no, but Irish.
While Cinco de Mayo is actually, yes, some of them they could be Americans, but they're still considered Mexican Americans, Irish Americans. There's like something
Then why is it?
for the
Then why
Americans.
if it was xenophobia, then it'd be okay to mock the Mexicans and not the Irish. The fundamental thing is it's okay if it happens to a white person. That's the fundamental racism we face today.
Well, that's
Well, we can even talk about the term white. The term white only came around. It's really not. White isn't a race. White is a collective term for a group of
European?
European nationalities.
Not even that. It's just for brighter skinned people. I mean, the ethnic term is what was it? Caucasian.
Caucasian, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, here's the thing: is that as a people, we've only ever been considered white when it was most convenient. When you want to call whites racist, Irish people are white. When it's considered inconvenient, Irish people are their own race, and you should discriminate against them. It's always been the fact that whenever it's convenient, Irish people are white, and that's exactly what happens with St. Patrick's Day. It's exactly what happens vis-a-vis Cinco de Mayo. It's convenient to call Irish people white when you want to mock them, when you want to hold parades mocking their culture, mocking what they stand for, and publicly calling them all drunks. But the fact of the matter is, once the tables are turned, once it's time to do the same thing with another race, it's all forgotten. It's all okay. That's racist.
I'm going to say I haven't seen the same people mock Cinco de Mayo and mock. It's a different kind of person that cries sexism at these events or goes against the Irish. I haven't seen any Irish hate. Actually, in fact, I've seen more in support of the Irish.
But here's the thing: people use Cinco de Mayo for the same excuse they use St. Patrick's Day as a day to get drunk. People on Cinco de Mayo were talking about how hard they were partying, how drunk it was, and the fact is, the Irish have always had to fight the stereotype that we're drunks. We've always had to fight a stereotype that we're drunks. And
in fairness, these St. Patrick's Day in like these other places are not that unrepresentative of St. Patrick's Day in Ireland. It is an excuse because the pubs are allowed to open later. That I'm so sorry to completely bomb your argument, but Irish people only use this. They use St. Patrick's Day as an excuse to get drunk as well, though we don't tend to mock ourselves.
Everybody use their holiday to get
they use Cinco de Mayo to get drunk in Mexico too. But they use Cinco de Mayo to get drunk in Mexico too. I mean, fundamentally, the days are parallels. I mean, my point is that it's used as an excuse to mock them. It's used as an excuse. I mean, here's the thing: people dress up.
Or it could also be viewed as an excuse to get drunk.
Yeah, no. But here's the thing:
everybody has an excuse to get drunk.
People complained that people were wearing ponchos and sombreros on Cinco de Mayo when they weren't Mexican. No one fucking says a word when people pretend to dress up like leprechauns. People dress up
some people complained about that, but it was very interesting because I was watching TV like 2 days ago, and the same channel that I saw basically going on about white people dressing up in ponchos were dressed up in ponchos themselves to sell salsa recipes. So I don't think we're dealing with people who are very honest here.
This is social justice.
This
is social justice.
No. Can I ask a question about last names? My father's last name, his second last name is Halliburton. Where is that?
English.
From
that sounds English. That sounds English. My name,
Hewitt, where do you think that's from?
Yeah, I mean, my grandmother. I mean, well, the town, the city where my father, and my mother were born is the city where there's more English, Scottish, and Irish people in the country because it used to be a port.
Yeah,
my last name is German for some random ass reason. We aren't even sure.
I mean, Mackay.
My name is Scott. My second name Elliot is Northern English, Scottish. We even got a tartan that I can show you. But we came over. The thing is, this is one of the after effects of European colonialism. Is that we've spread our second names around the place. among other things.
In my country, that was because that before the before the Panama Canal,
Yeah.
the only way to get to America was through the Magallanes Canal up to America, and they had to pass the first port was Valparaiso, and so all of the sailors and all of the trade from the English and Scottish and the Irish came to that place. So in that region, there's a bunch of Mackay, McKinnon, McGeever, a lot of people named that way. So that's very interesting. So I wanted to know, like, especially from people like from Ireland, if that was English or Scottish, because I heard that it was Scottish.
Halliburton does not sound like an Irish name.
No, it would be Scottish or English.
It would be Scottish, yeah. It wouldn't be Welsh either.
Poor Welsh.
So it's okay. When my grandmother died, my father actually hire a gentleman with a bagpipe. So it was appropriate. It was appropriate. We usually don't.
That was a complete appropriation of Scottish music.
Because my grandmother was Hollywood. My grandmother was Hollywood. So my grandmother's ancestor was John Halliburton. That was his name.
That sounds Japanese, to be honest. I mean,
John.
Yeah, John Halliburton. That's a Japanese name. Sorry. No, John Halliburton's a Japanese name. Sorry.
It's English.
This is not Peru, man.
It's English.
Oh, Peru had a Japanese person, didn't they?
That's why I'm talking about. This is not Peru, because this is not like the Japanese. There's a lot of Japanese people in Peru, and there's a lot of Peruvians in Japan. That's usually the Latino population in Japan. It's usually the descendants of Japanese people from Peru and Brazil.
I mean, John Halliburton, that's pretty Japanese. Like, that's mostly Japanese. Like, I think there's
I mean, this is a very interesting story. In China, I think it was Japan or China, Korea, there was a game show, and it was like a wedding game show. So the couple that won, they won like a wedding in the place they wanted. And one of the couples decided they wanted to have a wedding here, and they actually dressed like in traditional Chilean clothes, and they had a traditional Chilean wedding, and nobody said it was appropriation.
That's the problem.
Actually, people thought it was nice.
Yeah, that's the problem. Is that it's apparently only white people that can appropriate shit. That we don't have a culture.
No, we actually like when white people like our stuff.
Yeah.
And Sargon brought this up a while ago. It's that culture is meant to be spread. And this is very basic. It's like the reason cultures exist today is because they were spread. And to say cultural appropriation is wrong, and the reason I protest before is like all I'm asking for is consistency. Don't call the same thing racist and not racist just because it's happening to people.
Yeah.
The thing is that what I'm talking about is that cultural appropriation only exists in America, Canada, and the UK, and countries where there's a lot of immigrants. I mean, a Jamaican person from Jamaica, a black Jamaican from Jamaica that has lived his whole life in Jamaica is probably not going to find appropriation a lot of the things that white people are saying, like, oh no, you're gonna wear dreadlocks. Like, maybe he's going to say, well, if you follow the religion, it's appropriate. You actually wear the dreadlocks, even if you're white. But there's a lot of people who say, no, you're white, you shouldn't wear dreadlocks. Like,
well, the ancient Romans invented dreadlocks, didn't they?
Yeah.
So it actually makes it Italian.
The Scottish. I mean, dear Lord, the Scots have a long history of
dreadlocks.
Yes, and I'm talking about the people who supposedly are the ones being affected by the appropriation don't say anything because they don't think it's appropriation.
Let me be offended for you.
Yes, and basically
The
white
white
people
thing
getting
was
offended
not
for
that.
other races.
Yeah.
Oh, can we talk about that girl? Talking
The
about this
girl
subject.
from the
That,
UK who recently made that 7-minute video explaining or
yes,
why she's not sexist or racist
yes.
because
Oh, that
Oh,
one. That's
yes.
fun.
probably the most Marxist propaganda I've heard out of.
Do I bring it up on screen share and we do like a react vid to it?
Oh, okay. Let me go.
I mean, that
I've never done that
speech,
before, so.
that
Let's see
speech,
if
Oh god, I have an
sir,
article.
Let me go
that
grab.
speech,
I'll get it somewhere.
that speech deserved the meme of the little black boy saying that's racist.
Yeah.
That's what she deserved.
Okay, Goldsmith Students Union officer refutes. That's
Oh yes, I know this. Okay. Yeah.
all right.
If you can give me the link, I can put it up in the YouTube app here.
Yeah, I've got it.
It's I wouldn't even dare to say such a thing. Never. Never, never, never. And I'm a woman of, supposedly I'm a woman of color with struggles, according to her, probably.
She's a middle class. She's about as bourgeoisie as you can get.
Yeah.
It's almost offensive how bourgeoisie she is, and apparently she's an anarcho-communist.
And she's a student of like gender studies. So the only struggle she's going to get is the struggle when she gets out and wants to get a job. Because nobody's going to hire her. Nobody, especially after what she said, a lot of people are not going to hire her.
We are sorry, miss, but we don't have any safe spaces in our company. No puppies.
I mean, maybe she might get a job at Jezebel, maybe.
Yeah, that's basically the last. That's the last place I can go.
It reminds me.
The video is loaded for if everyone wants to click on the YouTube app.
Can I just make a quick point first? So I was at the Starbucks the other day because I'm a useless academic and that's what we do. And all three of the employees at the Starbucks that I went to at the time, all were gender studies majors. Now I don't know if it was coincidence, but I just want to say.
This is why we don't have women in STEM. They all go to gender studies.
No, sometimes. Hey, I went to international studies.
Oh, cool.
I'm going to video game development or English or some shit.
Well, I'm a history major, so I mean I'm equally as guilty as the fucking gender studies guys.
No, the thing is that we at least try to get at least some history majors try to be more objective than gender studies. Gender studies is basically shouldn't exist. It shouldn't be a major. It shouldn't be. Like gender and sexuality majors shouldn't exist. It should be divisions inside history or inside anthropology, but not classes themselves.
Yeah, no, she's right. I mean,
I once heard
folks.
Kevin, what was it you said? Like it was how to pass an anthropology exam was just write 2 essays.
Yeah, no, my last anthropology exam that I took was literally just 2 essays, and it was an argument. Both of them were arguments for 2 basically suchness issues. One of the questions was how has feminism developed something in the West, and the second one was how can what anthropological theories can be used to explain. I don't remember the exact wording of the question, but it was basically how do anthropological theories explain how progressivism has worked in the West. And that was my last exam. I literally just asked on both of those questions. So.
And I mean, this is maybe a point for just the U.S. people who end up watching this, but these places are most often in the U.S. public universities that receive tax funds.
Well, all universities in Canada are public. All of them are maybe run by private, not run by private organizations. They all get funding from the government. In Ontario, at least, there's
I
Yeah, no,
went to
all,
public ones.
In all fairness, though, you can't say it's all universities though, because
No,
Well, no, not the
no,
private ones,
no,
but
no, even public
no,
ones
no,
like
no, even public ones.
yeah, because there's a school like I think it's USF or I forget UF that they got a big funding from the Koch brothers, and they're very Austrian economics. Like they're
mm,
heavy emphasized on that instead of the whole Marxist kind of idea of like distribute wealth and everything. So it really depends where the funding comes from.
No, no, it doesn't even that. It
Way too much
doesn't.
from the media because if you actually look at where they rank as the number of spending, it's like somewhere in $900 million to all the candidates that they support. They are number 21 in the amount that they spend. And all others above them, this is a list of 100 by the way, have spent anywhere from $1 billion to $2 billion like on Democratic candidates. So I think they're getting so much heat because the Koch brothers support Cruz and other like-minded libertarianist Republicans. That's
It's not. It's not necessarily. It's not even the school. It's not even what they teach you. I went to a Marxist university. I went to a Marxist department. My college professors were all communists.
Thanks,
They were
Sakura.
all Marxists. They were all for the Marxists. I got teach the Marxist, like neo-Marxism. I listened to the, what is the name? Oh my God, what is the school?
Frankfurt School.
The Frankfurt. I actually got teach about the Frankfurt School.
Yeah,
That
but I mean,
That doesn't
What is the
lead to
Frankfurt?
people.
you're also from a South American country. I mean, they have a really long history with communism there.
Wait, what is the Frankfurt School?
It's like it's the new Marxism. It's
Yeah.
not the old one. It's the new one.
It's neo-Marxist economical theory.
Yeah.
It's like Acrex was saying earlier. It's redistribution of wealth by any means necessary.
The thing is that
The
I
long
went
march.
to a school. I mean, I went to a college like that. I went to a college where all my friends are like all communist youths, all anarchists. I had to run away from tear gas like 10 times in my college life.
Wait, what?
Wait, were you actually involved in these, or did you just get?
life about that.
No, if you actually are involved in, well, I was involved in the top thing that I did in a protest was hold the door. That's it. And then
Sure.
the tear gas arrived to me, and then I would just run out. The thing is that even if you are inside that type of college, it depends on the person. How influenced can you be? If you are actually a person who is actually very objective and tries to actually understand the subject, but doesn't get influenced by it, you don't need. I mean, I'm probably the only libertarian, only like liberal kind of like center from my department. Everybody's left, or even left, and
So
I
left,
don't-
everything was right.
and I don't think that. I mean, it's not necessarily what they teach you. It's also how you get how you arrive to a place like that. What they teach you in school, what your parents teach you. I mean, probably that like girls who go to gender studies have a history of feminism before arriving to gender studies,
Yeah.
and have a history of
was-
Marxism before
Good.
arriving to gender studies.
Do you guys want to know the real funny thing here? I was raised by a feminist.
Oh God.
I somehow, somewhere along the line, I became an anti-feminist egalitarian. So it is possible. Okay, in fairness, my mother is a second-wave feminist as opposed to a third-wave feminist, and she actually thinks that most of the stuff she hears is bullshit. And like, all these, like, one particular favorite of mine is this 3 feminists who went to St. Peter's Square in Vatican City and started shoving crosses up their arses.
Disgusting.
Talk about Talk about trying to put a square peg in a round hole. I know that's horrible.
Uncalled for, sir. Uncalled for.
Just want to show you guys something right here real quick. This is like the new Karl Marx of like redistribution of wealth. This guy's name is Thomas Piketty, and he's from France. And that's pretty much.
It's always the
what
fucking
a
French.
surprise!
It's always the fucking French. I swear.
Yeah. So like he was like even like in charge of the World Bank. He was a big guy up there. But yeah, he's all for like redistribution of wealth. His argument is capitalism actually causes income inequality, and it needs to be the state needs to take control of it. And he uses a lot of Karl Marx's statements, and even his lingo in it. It's pretty. I took a look at the book, and it's like wow, you know. But
They rather have us equal in slavery than they have us unequal in freedom.
And it's funny though, because he completely compares us like people who actually made income, who earned their income. He's basically saying it's like the new aristocrats from the French Revolution.
What?
Yeah, So I think we're gonna get to that state again, and I was like,
Wait, that's almost.
The bourgeoisie is not the aristocracy. You never walk.
That's fucking retarded.
But going back to what Jesus said,
Okay, well.
so he's saying that the people, so he's saying that the Marxist proletariat are the actual bourgeoisie. Is what you're trying to say?
yeah.
What?
Huh?
That's a
the
contradiction
bourgeoisie
in
is going to be the bourgeoisie always.
But
Like the
that
middle
makes
class
no
is the
sense.
bourgeoisie.
Can I just make a point here?
Yeah.
Can I just very quickly say something? Does anyone find it ironic that one of the richest men in the world is espousing Marxist bullshit?
Yeah.
Yes.
They never learned the
No, you know why it's not weird? It's not weird. Usually, I mean, in my country, all of the people who are Marxists and socialists are actually from the jet set.
Yeah, I was about to say it's about as ironic as Jonathan McIntosh going against capitalism. You know, rich motherfucker.
Yeah, but I mean,
Because they do.
Actually,
but that's the thing. That's
doesn't actually know how he gets his income. Because he says he's like a critic, but does he actually belong to any sort of news site where he's paid to write articles?
No, but he's the producer of Feminist Frequency. Like, he writes Feminist Frequency.
He literally tells her everything she says.
Black collar con artist business. Right?
I want to know where does he have a master in something?
Communications.
Yes, he does. I think it's in communications.
Yep,
That's
communications.
not a master. I mean, he shouldn't be espousing ideology and social politics if he never studied them.
Yep.
Not
and-
though. He's being a salesman. He's just marketing. That's what he's doing. That's what all these people are doing. It's basically controlling mobs of people through subliminal and direct advertisement and guerrilla advertisement. That's what it is. These people aren't about wealth. They're about control. And that's it. They take people's disadvantages. Hey, you know, these guys are assholes.
Nah,
That's how
they're
you get
actually
them.
for both.
And then we see things like Anita promoting a game, and how many more people play it? One.
That was so funny.
One person played that game because of the video. I find that
I love the irony. I love the irony of it as well. Like the ideal feminist character
is
has no
Lex,
character.
complete character.
Just a fucking blog.
Wait, did it?
It's
anyone
Beige Cube all over again!
Is what?
Beige Cube.
oh yeah, beige cube simulator where nobody can be offended and nobody is represented. So,
I bet they would still find a way.
but even then, that
well,
beige
they would.
cube is
'Cause-
like
'cause
No humans.
You have to turn
No.
it into rainbow cube, and even then,
Well, the thing about it too,
include all the
the-
letters after LGBT or whatever it's called. So it
You
comes Rainbow Cube Passing Light Simulator 2016.
You can't have any beige cubes because beige kind of looks how white people's skin does.
It's white passing.
it's almost white, and if you had like I don't know a black background simulator, you have people of color involved. You have
Well,
no
then you have the
geometry.
trans race. Then you have the trans race and the trans speciesists and
Yeah.
all of that. So what you need is not a beige cube, but it's one that constantly changes color.
And here's the problem.
I was going to say we should have
talking
alternate
about-
skins for these.
You're talking about cubes, but here's the thing. What about gender fluid people? I mean, fluid is in the name. Like a cube is a very static shape. It's not very, like.
We need a mesh.
So it should be more like it should be a beige amorphous mass simulator.
Oh my god, it's going to look like
what about spirits?
It's going to look like it's going to end up looking like Randy Harper.
We're talking about corporeal privilege here.
Oh, that's true.
No shape or form.
How long before that's a thing? Corporeal
I don't know.
privilege.
Just until I boot up 3D.
Oh my god.
I would guess-
Like dead people?
I would probably think corporeal privilege would be around November of this year. At this point,
I'm still waiting for height privilege to come in. Either a really tall person is going to complain about small people being able to fit on stuff, and then or a short person.
It's already happened.
It's already happened. Yeah, that's already happened. Like it just didn't gain much. In fact, I think Neoplume actually made that point, talking about he was talking about a tall friend who couldn't fit into doors, and so tall privilege exists now.
It sounds like it.
They even have one for introverts, like how
Yeah.
extroverts are like dominating the world because they're extroverts, and introverts they're being discriminated and being lower standard. I was like, are you fucking serious?
Motherfucker, like 2
They
weeks
even
ago.
went as far as to tell the parents not to read bedtime stories to their children because they are too advantaged then.
Well, I guess I better go.
You know what? Where we haven't been? Procrastinator privilege.
Does it ever
Those
stop?
who do things on time are completely privileged shitheads.
Yeah, but see, they're getting to that, Robert. Like, they'll do that later, though, because, like, procrastinator privilege, we'll just deal with that later, you know?
Who's Kyle?
Well, no, we'll do it later. I mean, like, procrastinators, you just gotta do it later, because, I mean, there's, like, I just woke up, and I need a coffee, and it's, like, noon, so, it's like, you gotta, just do it later,
Yeah,
Well,
just,
After
I
we
just
need
woke up.
to, we'll meet later to discuss about it. I'll give you the date at when it happens.
I'm going to take full advantage of procrastinator.
What is procrastination?
Privilege.
What is procrastination?
Putting something off for no reason, basically.
Okay.
Procrastinating is a specific form of it.
Hmm. So, did you? Are we going to talk about the supposed death threat that Brianna Wu received?
No,
Well,
because it's what 308 now. Like it's old. She's clearly not getting death threats. So I mean, like.
No, the thing is that it was really funny. Somebody posted on Twitter. It was like a note, like from a cell phone note, and it says like, "You are dumb. Love Gamergate."
Oh, at this
It
point,
was
who
like
gives
a
a fuck?
It was
Who gives a
actually
fuck?
Kexec.
Oh no, dumb. The new word for murder.
No,
What?
the thing is that it was like obviously it was a reference saying that she sent it to
Oh,
herself,
shit.
and it was not us because it was basically a message that in a note, not an actual text.
Oh well, she's probably got all this evidence for this shit happening, but we
In her
have
head, maybe.
yet to see it. So, do you guys remember Ann Wheaton and her? I'm going to donate $1. I was
Yeah,
just
I've
like,
never heard of Van Wheaton before.
Will we?
Like,
She got like 500 replies at all, and then claimed she got 1,000 threats. So I don't know how that adds up.
Well, and one of the threats she got was copy pasta.
Oh
Like-
yeah.
Oh yeah, the Navy SEAL thing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, at the same time, like, if I got that thing and I didn't know what it was, I would assume it was a threat too, because that's.
Well, why?
Okay.
I know what it was. That's
Okay.
what I'm wondering.
Wait.
I didn't even know what that was.
Hey,
Really?
in all fairness, there was a news about a seal that bit a guy's hand because the guy was holding a fish. You know, so it might be legit. You know,
So a seal bites a hand.
Must have been one hungry fucking seal.
Well, if you think about it, right? So seal bites somebody's hand, right? GG's related to seals, so technically we bit their hand, which means we're assaulting people now.
What?
Yep.
I can literally see that becoming news.
Sea lion. Anyways, what did I miss? What did I miss in this grand discussion?
No,
I
hold
woke
on.
up.
What is shit?
Somebody's saying there's a woman now saying that poverty is sexist.
What?
That poverty is sexist?
That's a PR campaign to
Yeah.
I think to end Indian poverty. I mean, it's a smart idea. Call something sexist to try and obliterate it, but I don't think it's gonna work this time.
You know why?
Just give me the rundown. Just give me the rundown of topics you discussed, and I'll give my 5 cents.
White passing, Irish, and synchronization comparing
Marxism and Konami.
gold.
Oh yeah. I will not believe that.
I think the only serious thing we've talked about is Konami.
Yeah.
All right. Well, here's my 2 cents on that.
I actually wanna see Silent
I'm
Hill
the
as
drunk.
a mobile
It's one
game.
of your family.
Oh Jesus!
Weren't we supposed to be watching a video?
Konami's gonna fail.
Yeah.
So damn hard.
I don't know. I really want to see Silent Hill as a mobile game.
Yeah, we were supposed to be watching.
Gonna succeed in the
Probably get
mobile
on with the video. I think.
because
Yes.
their mobile games are good. Because if you look at some of the best mobile games that are out there, they're either free or $1, and they make most of their money from merchandising. Like, can you name how many Angry Bird flash drives you see at any electronic store or any cut the rope plushies at Toy
Yeah.
Store? That's
What's also interesting,
same thing
what is
with-
also interesting, what we didn't talk about, is that the mobile game market or these browser games is actually dominated entirely by one company, and I'm pretty sure they're not just going to let Konami walk in right there.
Yeah.
That would be Zynga.
That's why they're gonna invest in gambling.
I thought Zengo was going down.
yeah, it is actually. They've been losing. They've lost their profit. Their stock. I don't think they've gone public either because of that. They were gonna go IPO and they couldn't do it.
Same guys in the one of Farmville.
Yeah.
Kyle,
Farmville Mafia Wars.
you've joined twice. Either I'm really drunk or some
Yeah.
technical issue.
No, my Safari is just acting weird. So
You're actually just seeing double, Kellen. Like,
Fucking Jax.
They're multiplying!
by the end of the stream, we'll have 32 Kyles, and we'll all just be pushed out.
They
Oh,
will,
Breaking
we'll
gaming-
start,
gaming
we'll all
get us
start
a
just being
mobile
replaced by
game
Kyle.
poses.
yes, you shall assimilate.
I think that's a Twilight episode, Robert. The invasion of the Kyles, where everyone just becomes Kyle.
I'll just keep this one tab open. All right. So, what's another big thing?
Oh, what happened to? I want to ask what happened to that convention that says it was something North.
Anime.
Anime North.
Anime North.
Yeah.
That's
Oh,
still happening.
Also, Aaron Gajoni is gonna try and repeal his gag order against.
Wait, I thought that expired at the end of the year.
I don't know.
By the end of the year, it's this.
No, I thought that expired at the end of last year, and that's.
I heard it was going to be October this year. I heard it was going to be October. Some shit like that. Anyway.
Well, didn't he have a lawyer who was working on this shit?
Yeah, I think. Oh, how is the Honey Badgers actually dealing with the Calgary Expo too?
They're suing them.
Yeah,
they're
but how
pursuing
are they
legal action.
going? I mean, they have the money yet?
Not completely, but almost.
Apparently, they need 4K more from what I'm reading on Kotaku.
And I have no money.
Well, wait, what, are you placing value in Kotaku's reporting?
I'm just
This is
saying,
heresy.
This is feedback from their page that the Kotaku got. I'll post it on the thing.
What I used to like Kotaku when they used to talk about Kit Kat.
I used to read Polygon at some point.
This is just like BuzzFeed when they talk about like foods from the world. I really like those videos when they eat things from like other countries, but because they are not talking about politics, they're just eating.
Yeah. Did you read that Witcher 3 review?
It's brilliant. It's Polygon forgot everything. It's like they're trying to act like it's last year, September, and it didn't work at all.
No. I'm gonna read this one paragraph that completely went off the rails. So everyone, prepare yourselves. Prepare yourselves.
Should I
Your
mute myself?
illnesses might need help.
You can't prepare for that stupidity.
I'm ready.
That said, the world CD Projekt has created is oppressively misogynist. In some ways, the game deals directly with this. Characters acknowledge again and again that it's hard to be a woman there. That it's a place of violence and terror, and that women must work harder to be recognized and respected. And then it kills them. And then it kills them over and over and over.
Well, that happens if you're saying
You
that
heard it here,
it's
folks.
hard.
Killing women, misogyny.
Wow.
Well,
Killing
women.
men is fine.
Yeah, I know.
By that logic.
So, is it eternal misogyny when a woman kills another woman?
He goes on to say, the message I saw this game conveying was abhorrent.
What was the message?
That killing virtual women in a video game equals misogyny in real life.
Somehow.
Oh my god, man.
That he just said that the game talked that being a woman in a place like that was hard, and then they get killed because it's hard.
I mean, isn't that the message they're trying to put forward anyway? So I mean, so basically what they're saying is, if you put forward our message, you're the misogynist.
Yeah.
I have a question about The Witcher.
I mean, even Skyrim had that.
Yeah.
What is The Witcher about? Because I missed The Witcher 1 and 2, but I want to pick up 3, if only because it does look really good. And
Apparently it's about a the titular character. Gerald is his name.
Yeah.
Gerald.
I think so, yeah.
But he's this guy called. He's basically a monster / witch hunter, known as a Richer.
so it's kind of like Solomon Kane.
Makes perfect sense.
Yeah, and basically he goes around the realm trouncing monsters and witches and crap like that. And apparently I haven't played it myself, but I know a little bit about the story. I couldn't tell you any specifics, but that's basically what it's about.
Okay.
So the deal with its shtick, the thing that the series sells itself on, is it's being labeled as a quote-unquote mature franchise. So it has lots of sex, basically. Lots of swearing. It's like Game of Thrones for video games.
Yes. It even has a
no.
BDSM scene in it.
Yeah.
Not sexy man on man scene. No.
I think you can have sex, but the sex system is as rudimentary as it is in Road to God of War.
Retribution, whatever that.
No sex between two men. No.
Those kinds of games. Sex in video games has never worked out because no one has figured out how to do it yet.
I like Dragon's Age.
The Japanese have made an entire industry about having a go at it.
Yeah, they have light novels.
Hirogi, does anyone remember Rayplay?
Okay.
No.
Well, besides
Honey Pop, does that count?
What?
I played Honey Pop. Does that count as like a light novel?
well, you can turn in your man card right now. For that.
Where do I get?
My favorite sex scene was the one in South Park, The Stick of Truth. That was a fun.
Oh right, yeah.
Oh yeah, okay.
That's a really hardcore sex scene.
It was probably the best sex scene in any game ever.
Yeah.
It was the most realistic. It was so realistic it was uncomfortable.
I think it is uncomfortable being squashed by balls.
I didn't actually find that all that disturbing.
No, it wasn't disturbing. It was just uncomfortable because it looked like good sex.
Well,
Okay.
that's enough for me today.
She was having no. The mom looked like she was having fun.
Well,
I've got nothing really against the sex in video games, but if you're going to implement it, go full force, not
It must be wankable.
nudity and then a blackout, and then we arrive later fully clothed, i.e. BioWare. If you're going to have like sex, go full into it. And
I want to add another. Add another tenet to this. You must be able to wank off to it as well.
okay.
Okay.
Well, that's yeah.
I want to see that.
It takes me half an hour to get it off, but sure, let's have that.
so Robert, can we watch that video now and get away from this discussion? Because
Really?
Yes.
I want to
Sure.
say,
Hang on, I'll get it up on screen here.
actually, more than sex in video games, I first would like to see a penis, please.
You can in the order 18
No problem with that.
or 5 seconds.
I have seen penises in video games, but not necessarily in the context that I wanted. I mean, I saw penises in the Outlast.
Outlast, yes.
There's
Awesome.
two guys
Okay,
who
Well,
are
they're always
naked.
in horror games. Like
Yeah.
that's the only people who
There's
try.
two guys who are naked. There's two
Well,
guys
blame
who are
it on
naked and they
society
kiss
and
you.
its weird obsession with
Penises are
avoiding.
scary.
All right, guys, do we want to do this or not? Because I've got it up on screen
yeah,
right now.
do it, Callan. Do it.
Okay.
I fucking
Does
dare
someone
you.
need to present me or something like that? Just
Well, here I have it
saw
loaded up
that
on YouTube.
video.
I have it loaded up on YouTube app. If everyone wants to
Yeah.
click on the little YouTube button on the side.
yeah, I'll just well, I've got it up on screen share for everyone else to see. So
Okay.
right, will I just hit play?
Yes. Well, let's just do one screen. So I'll just share you and then you play it.
Okay.
Hey, we're just like the drunken peasants.
No sound.
Is there any way to make it louder?
Here, let's just go. Yeah, just everyone click on the YouTube app, and we can try and do this.
We'll try to do this like drunken peasants.
Woo!
Yeah, this is completely new. We haven't done things on this podcast yet, so.
It's not working for me.
Neither me.
Just give us the link to it and we'll
Yeah.
Well, it's working for me.
It's in the chat.
Yeah, the
I
link
don't-
is in the chat.
I joined
so-
late. I don't have
This,
it.
if you remember the Goldstein what the Kevin, what the fuck have you just posted?
Huh?
Look at the group chat.
Gamergate has learned meiosis, yada yada yada. The best thing is going to be.
No, go
Okay,
down.
yeah, link is posted as well as apparently Kevin's sick waking up in people's blood. So yeah, so apparently he does that.
Living the American dream there. Starting with the YouTube thing.
Okay.
All right, can anyone tell me the gist of this thing?
Okay,
Apparent-
basically, there was this thing in England, Goldstein College or University, I can't remember which term they used, but there was a diversity thing on. I think it was. I'm not exactly sure what it is. Go on, Jack.
Goldsmiths Students Union officer, who's a diversity officer,
Ironically.
and she banned 6 white men from a diversity meeting and was promptly called out for it. Then she came up a week later with this sort of 7-minute refute. And she refutes none of the accusations against her, but goes on to say that that the UK is living in a white supremacist patriarchy capitalist, which is an oxymoron. And she just goes on and on about how she is part of an oppressed minority and it should not be questioned for banning white people from the diversity meeting because in her mind they're the villains. But here's
yes, the old I've been oppressed, therefore I can oppress you argument.
And it contradicts fully because she's upper middle class, completely white, and she's in gender studies in college, so clearly she's not an oppressed group because she's getting higher education. Useless study, but regardless, nothing is stopping this woman.
This is the thing with these people is that the patriarchy just is such a fucking failure.
I want my money back. Like I pay union dues every month, and it hasn't worked out. Like what the fuck?
Like, the fact that she's a gender studies student actually
explains everything. Hey! I got my gender studies degree, okay? You know what? I deserve to be paid just as much as this engineer who risks his life building famous buildings every goddamn year. Because of patriarchy, I'm being oppressed.
What I'm saying is that the fact that she could actually pick gender studies instead of medicine, instead of law, instead of actual engineering, actually tells me that she's probably more privileged than other people. Because when poor people go to college, they don't really get to choose like humanities or more philosophical careers. They tend to use like a doctor, lawyer, engineer, technician, anything that actually can get you a good job.
Yes, I think the point like that has been made. But did you guys see the sitting is harassment video that's going around Facebook?
What?
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah, the black...
yeah. This woman comes out, for those who don't know, the gist of it is this woman comes out and talks to this guy who's been waiting in the lobby for help, and she says, you sitting there is harassment. You sitting there waiting for someone to come and help you is harassment.
You racist.
That's the most surprising thing to me about that video is that she came right out and said it. Up until now, they've always had to veil their threats or put it online. Now, they're just coming out in real life and saying, you're harassing me for this. I mean, it's helpful, but at the same time, it's like, you aren't being very subtle about your bigotry.
She's basically saying I'm getting disturbed by you because you're black and probably a man.
Can I just say something on this matter?
Yeah.
This woman, she was been unhelpful in the past to this guy. She's like he's tried to schedule appointments with her, but she's always cancelled for some reason.
She's an academic advisor at this specific college.
Wait, she's an academic advisor?
Yes.
Apparently, she gave this specific student, resources to find the classes he needed, and he didn't get any help from there. So, and again, I'm thinking, well, that's kind of the same thing I got. I was basically given a sheet to fill out and file all of my classes, and nobody really held my hand. But at the same time, when he actually approached her for help, she completely blew him off in this insanely bigoted way.
Yeah. She's telling me she doesn't have a job anymore.
Yeah, she
Like,
really
if she's not gonna help out, like, okay, like
Oh, you
that's
wish. Oh, you
Like, I
wish.
can understand if you're busy, you don't have time to help all the students, because I don't know how big this college is, so.
I think it seems to be some sort of regional college. I think
What?
it probably isn't that. It probably isn't that big. It seems to be some sort of regional college outside of Georgia.
Okay. You ain't got an excuse.
But how does she think that she can keep that job after she blatantly said that? Especially
It's
to
She's a
essentially
woman.
doppelganger.
Under study.
She's a black student. We are going to go into a fight of oppressions.
She's a woman. She can do whatever she wants. Get away with
She's
it.
a black man.
But she's also
Pussy
probably
privilege.
unionized too. Oh yeah, no, I've seen this.
Well, remember, white hate is not bad. You know, like at least in America, it really isn't considered bad, like at all. It's not even social justice warrior people I'm saying in general, the acceptance of white hate is not a bad thing at all. Like it's whatever, you know. It's just
That's
ignore it.
the thing. They are going to go into a battle of oppression. Women versus black.
This is why. Actually, I think wait, which comes first, racial privilege or racial oppression or sexual gender?
I think it's supposed to be.
I think that's the war. I
gender.
think that's the battle.
Yeah.
Actually, something. I think black women, the womanist movement has said that it's first women and then.
I think the 99% made like a little chart probably 3 years ago about who has the right to speak first on scale of oppression.
Oh God! Don't start with the progressive stack. Please don't.
Don't bring intersectionality.
Well, wait. This could be useful. So what did this list say? Because I haven't actually seen this.
It broke up everybody who was in the 99% and divided them into ethnics of what your religion is, where you're from, what skin color you are, and
what your religion is?
at the bottom, whereas
Yeah, because Muslims are immune from the shit.
Arab black passing was at the top, and
Black passing,
just
racist?
nonsense. It's like if your grievances are so widespread, then you should probably like.
This is why I say that intersectional feminism is egalitarianism's annoying younger sibling.
Yeah, I'm considered the annoying younger sibling.
Yeah. Patronizingly annoying.
You know what's interesting about this though? When the whole Democrat Party, which is considered a progressive party, was very racist and everything, they always had to put everybody in a group of people. They always had to structure them a certain way, you know, put levels and stuff. Now they're like on the opposite end, but they're still doing the same shit. Like it doesn't go away. They still have that mindset. You know, it's really weird. Like
just the target changed.
Yeah.
Tribalism.
Yeah.
Exactly.
What are you talking about? Sorry. What is white passing? It's like people do people think that people who are light colored basically are like Michael Jackson?
Say for example, someone is biracial. Say Irish, fucking.
I know. I understand. They're light people. They're light colored.
Yeah, they're biracial
What
people, but more like white people than a minority, basically.
Okay, basically, everybody a lot of people in Latin America, most
people from
everyone who's not below a specific degree of blackness.
The thing is that I don't understand if they try to isn't denying people's blackness call them white passing?
Yeah.
Pretty much that.
And do they think they're Michael Jackson? That they put on things so they can be white?
No. This is someone who is born of two races.
I know. I'm trying to explain that for those social justice warriors, white passing people are basically if they were putting on an effort to be white, and not just because they are, because their genetics are different.
Both. If either they try to be white, or they are white enough so we can easily oppress them.
And I think they actually get like frowned upon if you don't act. And I've seen it. Like if you don't act a stereotypical way, according to the way SJW expect someone to act a certain way, if you're from a certain minority group, you're actually frowned upon and like almost kind of shunned. You know.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't be accepted in SJW circles.
LGBT community, you see that shit all the time. For example, Republican gay people. We get shit on all the time.
That's the thing, is that these people are not interested in diversity, they're interested in tokenism.
Yeah, exactly. It's like Bruce Jenner, who came out as a transgender, but then said that he was a Republican.
Yeah, he got more heat for that than anything else. They're like, oh my gosh, he's a horrible person.
No, I don't think he's a transsexual, but he's not doing it very well, because I've seen better drags on Monty Python.
I actually think that he really looks. I actually do think that he looks like a woman.
I think he's doing that transitional phase thing where he's trying to live like a woman. So he hasn't done anything or taken any hormone shots or anything. You know, he's just putting on makeup.
Basically, he's in the same state as our beloved admin John Yapel.
Yeah, but that's different. I mean, in the case of Bruce Jenner, usually transgender people, when they're older, they go through that trucker with a wig phase because they're older. Usually the younger transgender are the ones that tend to become more passable because they usually do it before. And the hormones, like, they get used to it. And they actually develop their bodies into that hormone, so they look more like women at the end.
Don't become a Mr. Garrison.
I'm just gonna be an asshole, but Bruce Jenner, I can't tell what sex he is at all though. He doesn't even look human sometimes. It's like all that bad plastic surgery.
That's true. I mean that's true.
Well, and also Bruce Jenner is a bad example. He has had so much plastic surgery, like it's like he's more plastic than human at that point.
Yeah.
In the Bobby world.
Yeah, this guy literally looks like he could go. His face is literally. It's too sexually ambiguous. He literally looks like, with the right getup, he could pass for either.
He actually looks like a woman sometimes.
That's what I'm getting.
He looks like a man, but he could also just, with the appropriate getup, just be a woman. Like he's the ultimate drag queen.
No, the ultimate drag. Don't you dare to talk about drag queens that way.
No,
I thought drag queens didn't really do sex changes at all. Well, he hasn't done it. Right?
No, they don't. No, what I mean is basically like his facial features literally means like if he grew his hair out and wore feminine clothing, he would literally, just going by his face alone, he would literally look. You would not tell he was a man.
I agree. Yeah, you're right.
He looks like a woman now. He does look like a woman now.
I was recently.
He looks like a lady.
And one of my peers transitioned from graduating, and he's just in drag at the moment. He wears a wig, but he had like breast surgery. But I can still fully tell he's a he, even though he may have the parts. He still has a jawline. He's still pretty bulky.
Well, I mean, once you go through puberty, you have to do a lot of work to even start looking like the other gender, is the thing.
Yeah. And also at this Creative Jam, there was a little contest to personify a quote, and the quote was, "We will rock you." One of the contestants entered, "Free the nipple, we salute you." And it didn't win, thank God.
I support that.
I support that. Free the nipple.
I support that so long as the boob is round and firm.
Hey, my boobs are not round and firm.
I do not.
They keep it in.
The thing is that even drag queens have to actually be very skinny or very fat to pass as a woman.
Yeah, I remember one guy linked me to this show about it was a drag queen contest.
RuPaul's Drag Race, that's what I watch.
Yeah.
If you're a fat drag queen, you have the ability to actually create the illusion of breasts. If you're a skinny drag queen, you have the illusion of the actual, with the padding, you can actually create the illusion of
Why are we talking about this?
I
think it just happens. I think this has happened on most streams so far.
Yeah.
Callan, do you still have that bottle? Just pass it here, please, because.
Yeah, it's mostly empty at this stage.
You fucking drunk.
What? I'm an Irishman.
Yeah, but you don't bring any share. What the fuck, man? Now we're talking about drag queens.
I don't understand why people. I mean, I don't understand why people tend to see like, oh, Irish people drink. Usually, a lot of people of other countries drink. We drink a lot too.
Well,
Yes, but there's drinking, and then there's drinking to a point where your entire country gets known for it.
No. This is it. There's drinking, and then there's Irish drinking. It is literally it. There's what everyone else drinks, and then there's the Irish people.
Yeah. When your staple crop, your national crop, is basically just used to make vodka.
No. Our staple crop is
Drink a lot.
potatoes.
Russians are known to drink a lot too.
Yeah.
Well, no. Okay, I'm being general here. Obviously, different countries have different drinking cultures, but Ireland's is definitely favoured for binginess.
Maybe because probably because of the presence in the United States. Russians are known also to be drunk sometimes.
Russians are the quiet
Russians are also drunk. So because
Russians, Germans, Irish, Scots. I think the Bob Wayans are starting to tip into that conversation too.
But the country with the highest rate of alcohol consumption is actually Estonia.
Really?
Estonia has the highest.
This is how much I've drunk over this period.
You're drinking Jack.
Jack Daniels, yeah.
Jack Daniels. Jack Daniels is for men who in undershirts who beat their wives. Like you should know better than this.
Man.
It's better than Jameson's.
Hey, I drink Jaeger. Okay, that's my main drink.
Jaeger bombs are amazing.
Yes.
Did you watch that episode of The Simpsons where Homer and when Marge dreamt about Homer and Bart going to Catholic heaven?
Are you talking about the Protestants versus the Catholics episode?
Yeah.
Where the Catholic priest is like the cool one because he plays guitar? Okay, yeah, okay.
And they go to Catholic heaven is the Irish, the Mexicans, and the Italians. And they're all having a party, and that's where Jesus is because everybody's partying.
Hey, in all fairness, that does sound cooler. I mean,
It's not Latino, Irish people, everybody who's like from Spain, like the Mediterranean, they all like to party a lot.
Yeah. Not the French. The French are predominantly Catholic, and they don't binge.
Here, okay.
Yeah, but they're
more
French.
More news in.
Like you can't hold up the French as an example of anything.
Let's be honest. The coolest thing about the French is the French Legion, and they're not even French.
Yeah.
They're from where?
More news from Liana K.
Ooh.
Wait.
She just tweeted this out. Quote unquote, people should have free speech. Unquote. Dislikes video because of a disagreement with opinion. I love internet hypocrisy and ideological dogpiles. Liana K, you never disappoint me with your blatant dumbassery.
I kind of respect Liana K because she did write. Well, okay, I haven't watched the vid where she went up against Mercedes Carrera, and in fairness, it would take a rare mind to defeat Mercedes Carrera.
Has anyone checked her any degrees of Zoe yet?
What?
She literally made the point that Gamergate in its starting days checked any female that participated of degrees of Zoe Quinn.
Oh yeah,
Degrees of Zoe Quinn. Oh god.
I don't get it. We should just drop her.
Well, no, that's what we mostly done. Like, she mostly is irrelevant to this conversation. She mostly just injects herself every so often, and we laugh at her. Like,
She's over Mariana Wu.
Well, one of her most infuriating tweets, and she actually made this after the GG and DC bomb threat, which she went like, "Oh, should I report on a bomb threat or should I report on video games? I'll report on video games because bomb threats really don't matter to me."
I'm sorry, what?
Something to that effect.
Are you talking about the editor from Polygon?
No, Liana K.
Oh, okay, no, I got it confused with someone else. Well, I didn't know she said
Polygon
that.
actually reported on it, so wow.
No,
Yeah.
Aurelio was talking. I forgot who it was, but he said something similar to like, "Oh, we don't report bomb threats, only video games." And then someone goes to, and he goes, "Well, actually, you guys actually reported on bomb threats for Brianna Wool and Anito." So, and he's like, "Oh, I forgot." Yeah. I forgot which.
He had Alzheimer's. It wasn't that long ago that he reported.
No, he didn't even know who Oliver Campbell was. It was hilarious. And this is a guy who was vehemently anti-Gamergate, and he's like, "I don't know who this guy is." It's like, fuck you.
I think he's anti-gamer, not just anti-us. Like, he doesn't like the idea of people enjoying a media that doesn't conform to his like real ideology, whatever that is.
If you enjoy this game, you are sexist. That's basically their line of thinking. And one person actually tried to make the argument to me. He's like, "No, we're just trying to get you to consider social messages." And my rebuttal to that would always be, hey, you're still saying that social messages are making me sexist. Do you not see your line of logic?
Yeah. Social messages in games are not necessarily bad. I mean, the Valiant Hearts, This War of Mine, they do have social messages.
Well,
But
the thing is, like, the social messages they're talking about, you literally have to squint really hard to see
like
them.
the Mad Max thing?
Mad Men or Mad
Max.
Okay, yeah. I'm thinking of just like streaming that or getting it on a cheap just to see what's all the fuss about, because from what it sounds like, it doesn't sound like feminist propaganda, but
it sounds that it fits into the Mad Max franchise.
What?
From what I've heard, it's not necessarily feminist, just the world building revolves around women and that sort of thing, and so
So it's like the complete opposite of the Book of Eli. If you've ever seen that movie,
I love the Book of Eli.
Yeah.
Does anyone remember the main theme from that? That was.
Religion is power.
If society collapses, the old guard will have to rebuild, since they know what was.
The message of that movie, the Book of Eli, is that religion is power.
Well, no. Well, no. I don't think that it was.
Because he had the Bible, and they wanted the Bible to create society, but he knew the power of the Bible to use it in society.
But remember, is that the bad guys wanted to use the Bible to create a new society, whereas the people they were taking it to just wanted it because it was a notable work of literature.
Yeah.
No, it's not necessarily. I mean, because Eli the message basically is that Eli, he was blind, but he could see. Supposedly, Eli actually, in a sense, he was very much like a prophet from the old time.
Yeah, he was a messianic figure in hindsight.
Not necessarily messianic, but he was like Moses or something.
More like Abraham.
He could fight, and he didn't saw anything. Then we discovered that he actually is blind, and that the Bible is in Braille.
Yeah.
And that's because he actually, supposedly, then you start to think, then maybe God was actually talking to him.
Yeah. Well, the thing about Eli is that it was kind of ambiguous about its exact meaning. Hold on a second.
I didn't think it really had it. I just thought it was sort of pseudo action adventure movie where a guy is going to the end of the earth to bring this book for some reason, and he doesn't even know the reason why he's traveling with this book. He just states it as such. But I think if he gives up this purpose, what's the point of really going on?
I mean, I saw it as actually not me. There was a review that I saw that basically was saying that it was like a religious movie, but the religious aspect was more subtle.
It was spiritual. It wasn't religious. It was spiritual.
Spiritual.
I mean,
because they put the Bible. In the end, they put the Bible and there's the Quran and then the Torah next to it.
That's what I mean. Is that it's not religious. They were more sort of, it was more spiritual in its message because the fact that they put it with the Torah is kind of, they don't value it over the Torah and the Quran, but they value it because
I don't get how that is not religious. I don't get why it's not that religious, because they don't value it over other religions. It's not Christian religion, but a movie can be religious without being from just a certain.
Without being preachy, is what I'm getting at, I think.
If you put it next to the Quran and the Torah, you're basically putting it next to the other three books that are from almost the same root.
Yeah, all of those religions respect, I think, the Old Testament as a sacred text anyway, so you could just put the Old Testament there and it would work.
I mean, technically, it's the God of Abraham.
Yeah.
That's what they're called. They're all. If you put the Torah, the Quran,
the technical term for it is people of the book. So.
Yeah, they're Abrahamic religions. So basically, you can say that it's a religious movie, not necessarily Christian. It's just that it's about the Abrahamic religions, but none of it. I mean, Eli. What person is Eli? I mean, what person in the Bible?
He's moralist, I guess. I don't know his true character. I haven't actually read the book, but he's a very central character in the film. Sort of.
Oh yeah, okay. Eli.
Yes.
Eli means my God is Yahweh. That's what it means. It means my God is Yahweh.
Your God is Yahweh?
Yahweh.
Yahweh. Yahweh is my, sorry. Yeah, we call it Yahweh, please.
Okay.
Oh, so that was what that U2 song from way back was referencing. I didn't know what that term meant, Yahweh.
You thought U2 was singing about Yahweh? Was that what was going on?
Yeah. No, there was literally a song called Yahweh or something.
Oh, and Eli is one of the major prophets. I think this is the one of the stair to heaven.
Yes, he was the one that did not die and go to heaven. That was Eli. Yeah, that was But
we're all going to hell anyways.
I'm not.
Actually, we're all going into the ground because
I mean,
I went to my first communion.
I'm getting eaten by Cthulhu. I don't know about y'all, but
I will invent and breed Cthulhu just for that to happen.
That's a good plan.
You cannot invent Cthulhu. Somebody already invented Cthulhu.
No, I will actually figure out the genetic veins needed to create a Cthulhu.
We don't know. Maybe it already exists in the middle of the universe.
Which you just have to fuck an octopus. That's all you have to do. That's pretty straightforward.
Dude, there's an anime about that. That shit is scary. Alright?
There's an anime about Cthulhu?
About octopuses and human beings being engineered.
That's not anime. That's hentai.
No, it was no porn involved. This is actually a futuristic movie. It's versus AI intelligence. I'm dead serious. It wasn't hentai. I was surprised, but it was basically the future. It ends up being technology, like artificial intelligence, and kind of versus biologic engineered human beings, and it's like this giant space battle that goes on in space between human beings that can just live in space with and like photosynthesize and just reproduce and become these weird looking creatures versus normal human beings who are cybernetically enhanced and stuff. And
And we fuck
There was
octopi
also
in this
this
one?
one. There was also this
we became
also-
half octopus humans. I don't. It's a complicated procedure, I guess. There's like
I think
eggs
it's,
involved and
relevant.
shit.
Has anybody here
There was
read
also an anime about.
My Attitude?
What?
Has anybody here read the manga Monster Mayazu?
No, the only
No.
manga I ever read was
No. What is
Inuyasha.
it about? What is it about?
It's about, well, it's sort of a harem manga.
Is it about a boy who actually has like a bunch of girls who want him and they're all monster women?
And they're all normal and good looking from the thigh up.
Yes,
But
I
from
see
the bottom down, they are combined with other different animals like snakes, spiders, horses.
Yeah.
One
is a llama.
all this other stuff.
Sounds good.
It's a
Yeah, let me
fascinating
show
read.
you.
It's so messed up and
Yeah,
funny
that's
at the same time that I read like the entire, like all 31 chapters in one sitting.
Yeah, me too.
So
It's really funny.
I'll find a link for that and give it to y'all if I can find it.
There's one of the girls who is actually just made of water.
Yeah,
I
her
think
name
there was
is-
one.
I think it's Ooze or something.
Have any of you guys ever seen the show Rin, Daughters of Nemosine?
Nope.
No.
No. Watch that shit. It is fucked up in a glorious way.
Well, what is it exactly?
Rin.
What, the aliens that are jealous on human entertainment systems and stuff? Or was that the other one? Basically, aliens, human entertainment industry, and the creatures of Lovecraftian stories.
Oh, that's
All in one.
Nyaruko. That's Hayori Nyaruko-san. That's
Could be it.
Nyaruko. The
That
one
was
with
pretty messed up too.
it's called like Nyaruko. It's about the whole monsters of the Lovecraft mythos, but they're all young girls or young boys.
Alright, I found it. Into the chat you go.
And
And the
it's
final
really-
boss is a fish.
Basically, it's also a harem story, but the funny is that the harem includes a boy.
Well, why wouldn't?
Yes, that's
Well,
very
the boy is a
problematic.
little young.
But he wants to have sex with the other boy.
That doesn't.
That makes it worse.
Yeah, that's not.
Yeah, he once tried like he basically like always like says to him like take me, and the other's like no. And he looks like he's 10.
Take me now. What's your face?
Although the other one looks like he's 13, so it's not that different. This
The
dude's
boy looks
small.
like he's 8.
And he looks like a girl. That's the thing. He used to be the first time the other boy saw it, he thought it was a girl, and he actually liked it. He thought it was
my
a younger
god.
girl. Oh come on! The other one is like 14. Like
Alright.
they'll
Let's.
So, what else has happened?
Does anybody remember the website Base Gamer that tried to kickstart a few months back?
Yeah, it's phase 1 is released.
Yes, and I'm a contributor.
Oh, nice.
Pretty
Nice.
What
I
do you
can't
do?
wait.
What do you do?
Yeah, I can't wait to meet Jenny on July 4th in the GG and BC meetup.
Yeah, I'd actually like to meet up in the Gamergate meetup here in Austin, but I'm getting stonewalled because nobody knows like the time or the location. But anyway, onto Base Gamer. I remember the Kickstarter a few months back and thought, okay, I'll throw in like $20 or whatever to be like a contributor. And I wrote up a Far Cry 4 review. It took me, I don't know, I guess a week, and I actually had fun doing it. Which got me thinking, maybe I should start like video or imaging to add to this and actually build from it. And I just never heard from it again, and until like 2 weeks ago where I got an email for reviewing Bloodborne. Yeah.
Oh wow! Like, are they doing review copies or?
No, I bought them from a bargain bin at GameStop.
Okay.
Bloodborne is the new one, which is like it does it like it has like a Cthulhu mythos monsters too.
Yes, it does, but in later parts of the game, I've played through the game 3 times, 109 hours. Thank you very much.
Oh my god!
And I
That's why I
still
don't
don't know
like those.
why
They're
I'm
too
here
long.
in Yarnum or why I'm going after the old one. And I've read every item description. So it's vague to the point of annoying. And like
It's too long. It's too description-y.
no, well, it's too long if you don't know what you're doing. Like that code, like that one post from Daily Dot where a guy spent like 12 hours trying to get to the first boss, which is skippable by the way, and you can get help. So
Yeah, I heard that. You can call another person online.
well, not only that, if you're offline, and I play offline because I'm never going to pay for PlayStation Plus, there's like a little summon spot where you can summon a boss from the next game to come and help you. And it's pretty cool, but ultimately I just skipped out on the cleric beast because it's ultimately not worth the effort or time. So I go straight to Father Gaston and kill him.
What are your thoughts on the issue of length in video games? I mean, that's
what?
I mean, I get the length. I mean, I get that people complain that the Order 1886 was just like 10 hours, but I don't think there should be like it should be too short or too long because too long.
What's the balancing point, right?
Yeah.
I mean, if it's too long, it's going to be like Destiny.
Yes, because here's one reason why I didn't get into a PlayStation 4, because most of the games I saw didn't have a whole lot of replay value or were 10 hours long, like the Order 1886. And so if I'm going to invest, like, let's be honest, a $300 console invest and a $60 game, I want to spend enough time on this so that I can get enough money to buy the next game, which is going to be either The Witcher or Final Fantasy 15. And I think that games should be longer than 10 hours, or should at least have some replay value where it changes.
Yeah.
Because it's not like investing in a movie where nothing really changes. So I want games to last as long.
If it's $60, then fine, yes, the game needs to be long. But this is why I don't necessarily buy into consoles and all of that, because I can buy maybe like 3 games for $20 on Steam and play through them all, and they can be pretty short, but they can be still pretty good.
I mean,
and here's the thing about PC gaming that I tried to get into it and spent about a year just trying to get my PC to work. I spent about $500. The damn thing never worked. So I'm $500 in the hole and still can't play my games on Steam.
I want to play Terra Online, but it looks like too big and too. Does anybody have Terra Online? Because I think it's now in Steam, like free to play.
I didn't touch it. I sort of jumped off that bandwagon.
I mean, I would love to play it, but the thing is that it's too heavy. I want a game that can be playable. I think that will be really interesting. That's the success of Minecraft. It's a game, or the success of the Stick of Truth by South Park. It's a game that you can play, it's entertaining, and it's not going to burn your laptop.
Yes, not burning laptops is important.
Yeah. I mean, that's supposedly one of the advantages of The Sims 4 over The Sims 3. It was supposedly because The Sims 3 ate a bunch of RAM from your computer, and supposedly The Sims 4 you can actually play it with very low graphics. And actually, with my one 1 GB video card, you're gonna play it beautifully, and it doesn't burn your computer, and actually is really cold and all of that. I want games that can achieve good graphics without having to be beautiful, like instead of having to eat all your RAM. Because you have to pay for more, like, oh, I need a new card, I need a new computer, I need this, I need that. So in the end,
I'm not
you
actually wholesale that graphics should be key in any given game, because I've played some pretty ugly games and I still replay those as opposed to like Final Fantasy 13.
Yeah.
Because one of my favorite games of all time is Org Battle 64. It's pixel-based graphics on the N64, and it's from 1999.
Well, look at games like Dwarf Fortress. You know, like they're probably Dwarf Fortress is probably one of the best designed games ever, and it uses ASCII graphics. Like graphics aren't the sole determinant in the quality of a game. I mean, they help.
No, it's like starting a porn scene.
Cherry on the top of the cake.
It might be nice, but it's not going to improve the experience too much.
Yeah, but the thing is that like games like The Sims and games like South Park: The Stick of Truth show that you can have really cool like gimmicks, cool graphics even, and you don't need to spend that much video card.
Well, good games don't necessarily make you expand that much.
No. Have you seen the graphics on The Sims 4? They don't look bad. They look actually better than The Sims 3. And they actually spend less video cards. And they actually look very pretty because they went for a more cartoon look. And South Park is basically a South Park episode. And it's a really good game, really like complete game. And you can actually play it with normal graphics, like with your laptop graphics. No card included. Have anyone played that game?
Which game?
So far,
I actually have not played it.
Really fun.
I didn't really get into it, but that's just because I don't have the money and didn't have money at the time.
Oh, I didn't pay for it.
Well, okay, well.
I'm a
If
pirate.
you're the kind of person who does that.
Sorry, it's it's my culture.
No, there's nothing wrong with that.
As long as it's not Irish culture, you're in the clear, apparently.
No, but honestly, I think genuinely, like, that's the whole thing. Like, if you want to get understanding of other people and have, like, I mean, you're never going to get rid of racism. You're never going to get rid of misunderstandings completely. But by sharing cultures and sharing, like, different things from different areas or regions of the world, you get to know people better. And you end up being more open and you're thinking, you know, where the SJW's point is, oh, we have to segregate everybody, that just does the complete opposite. So by all means, share. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. You don't have to apologize.
I mean,
Unless you're killing babies and eating
I'm
them,
not
you know.
ashamed.
Well,
I'm not
to be
ashamed
fair.
I'm not
That's fun
ashamed
to an
of the
extent,
fact
you know.
that Chilean people pirate most games. Why? Because the industry of video games in our country and the industry of movies and the industry of books is incredibly expensive. Your books, your video games are actually much cheaper than us. We cannot, our video games are horribly expensive. Like for a whole year, they're all $60, even more.
Like,
even
is there
tabletop,
some sort
like
of law?
horribly expensive.
Is there some sort of taxation on video games in Chile that makes them more expensive than video games made elsewhere?
I don't think that's necessarily a taxation. I think it's the fact that Americans can get things like games from Steam much easier when they go to sale. Like what is the bundle?
Humble Bundle?
Like those, those like you can buy like several games for this type of price. Usually, people who play like console games, they have to wait a lot of time so their console games can actually go to $20. They usually are like $60, like 2 years, and people just get bored. And poor people want to play games and they don't have the money to play games. So they fix their consoles and they pirate everything. Because people sell it. Because people sell games at $2. That's what a pirate game costs. A good pirate game. It's not like pirated like from the movies. It's actually pirated from the DVD. Because also they not only arrive, they arrive also late, extremely late. Movies and all of that.
Well, yeah, the import process, if you don't have any sort of native markets, is gonna be a long time. Hell, I was ordering something from England and it took a month to get there.
Did they go by boat?
Yeah,
Yeah. No, I
which
mean,
was stupid because I shouldn't have imported it in the first place.
I once watched a movie. I mean, I once saw. Let's compare it like movies. The Cabin in the Woods was like. I think it was like released on May here and on America. It was released around May. Remember?
Yeah, it came out.
And then on June of that year, it came out on DVD. On our country, that movie was released on October. People bought the pirate DVD, and it was the pirate DVD from America. It wasn't like the movie. It was already completely.
I once bought a Japanese edition of a Taylor Swift album. It took like 3.5 weeks to get here.
You're a Taylor Swift fan?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, I can't talk to you anymore, man. Like, I say we kick him out of Ultra. That's like a terrible.
Robert, why are you letting these people on your show?
Well, I like Taylor Swift too. Well, I have all
her music, okay?
I have like early Taylor Swift, not now Taylor Swift.
Now Taylor Swift.
I like the first one, Love Story. I like the first one, Love Story, like the one where she believes that she likes Cinderella.
Oh no, she released like let me just say this. Fearless and what other album did she make? Fearless and it's not Red. I think it's the one before that. But Fearless definitely is a classic album. The rest are hit and miss.
So it's kind of like Marilyn Manson's career right now?
Yeah.
No, I think she's doing better than she did.
I like, what was the one about the circus? I really like that album.
What?
Grotesque? No, Obscene. Where Mobscene is. I really like that album. I like the concept. It was one of the later albums, but was not the latest.
Red? Probably Red.
What?
Oh,
yeah,
no,
Red.
I'm thinking of something else.
Or Speak Now. Oh, it can't be Speak.
Has anybody seen the extra credits recent little video?
No, I don't watch those videos anymore.
I don't watch them anymore. I used to, but
I watch them just to see how much doublethink and how far they'll like bend the knee to Anita's arguments. But in the recent one, extra credits, they were saying that hatred should not exist because it's glorifying like sadism. And despite that game not actually being out, or even the developer's mission statement never said that they were making a sadistic game, they somehow spin this to say violence is okay if it's over dramatic or cartoony, but not when it's like full in your face, like hatred. And I'm thinking, well,
violence is never
all right.
okay.
So Spec Ops: The Line is a bad game, then.
Something that happens.
Yeah, I'm thinking.
Wait, didn't they like Spec Ops: The Line? I thought they said something.
All its forms, or you have to censor violence that you don't agree with. You can't.
Violence is okay when it's not real, and hatred is
and I
not
don't
real.
say no reality from fantasy over at EC, because everybody here knows that Game of Thrones is a fiction, and know that Spec Ops Line is a fiction, even though it has some basis in reality. I mean, gravity works and all that. But we all know this isn't real, and we shouldn't act like this. I don't
Yes.
think we trust gamers to be competent human beings. And I was actually linked to the recent EC video from Dangerous Opinions.
Oh,
Harmful
harmful opinions.
Harmful opinions, yeah.
Harmful opinions, sorry. Not dangerous opinions.
I used to like extra credits because they used to talk about other industries, and they talk about my industry, the video game industry in my country, and Brazil and Argentina, which were the bigger ones inside South America.
Yeah, they just got high and mighty and pretentious. It's
I
like,
never-
our opinions are more valuable than yours.
It
was
always
really
sounds like that.
interesting because they were talking about independent industries that were really independent.
Yeah, I know. But at the same time, it's like these are the type of people who will say, video games should be censored because I say so.
Yes, video
So
games
sad.
are art, so long as they don't conflate with my ideology.
Well, and James it's worrying because James actually works with on the academic scene and is a consultant for video games. So it's
Yeah.
like, really, there's some bad things going on there.
But it's in San Francisco at the Asylum of the United States.
Yeah, I love how he actually replied.
No. I once talked with a game developer in my country, and he said that it actually is dangerous because they are also the ones influencing the development and the support for other independent industries in other countries. And if they don't like what you do in other countries, they will try to stop you. That's why he said that most of the developers in my country, they don't like to talk about Gamergate. Because
Yeah,
they don't
and
want to mess with those people.
Yeah, what I think is funny is that Dangerous, or what's the name of I can't
Harmful
remember.
opinions.
No, not Harmful Opinions. I'm saying the studio that made Hatred. It's something...
Oh.
Dangerous Minds?
Destructive Creations.
Yeah.
There you go.
Destructive Creations is a Polish team, and I'm trying to think of the last time I heard of a Polish company making a game. And I'm coming up completely blank.
Project Red.
What was that a part of?
Witcher.
Yeah, I haven't played Witcher 1 or 2, as I've said before, so...
Okay.
The thing is that if they don't influence the industry like directly, but when people go to conference from other countries, they actually basically I think they're afraid that they will censor them inside this conference if they don't speak what they want them to speak. And then they start to complain that, oh no, video games are oppressive. They are the ones oppressing other people from other countries.
Well, that's the thing. They can't be the oppressors because they're a oppressed minority who lives in a $500,000 house.
Yeah.
Pink hair minority.
If this is true, and if they are actively using their influence to censor the content of video games in other fucking countries, my God, that is beyond stupid.
This is
Yeah,
why.
not necessarily the content, but the discourse. When
Well,
those people go to this conference and they just rather not talk about issues because they don't wanna. Because in the end, they are the ones like promoting. In the end, like they are the ones that create the connections between those industries to the mainstream.
Yeah, isn't this the thing that we're fighting against? It's like cronyism, nepotism. It's like one-sided opinions. You're only allowed in this industry if you agree with our opinions. It's like fuck that shit.
Well, that's why IGDA is such a really scary idea, because a lot of these people are in those positions, and it's not just they're not influenced just in America. They're an international organization, and
They
it's
closed the Puerto Rican department. The Puerto Rican department. They closed it because the CEO there disagreed with them.
No, it's not only it's in Korea, it's in China, it's in Europe. They've even have influences on the actual production of classes on video game making, where IGA pushes for their people with the same ideology as them into those classes, and a lot of their curriculum starts getting influenced by it, even though it has nothing to do with that education. So there is that issue. And that's why there's such a scary thought, and that's why a lot of people don't like IGDA, like from the Gamergate side. And from what I've heard, some other developers have had confrontations with them because of that. Because it's
when they all labeled us harassers, for example,
Yes.
and endorsed Randy's blog bot.
Yes, and then they backpedaled and said, "Oh, we didn't endorse this tool." Yes, you fucking did.
And wait, what did she do lately that people were talking like she changed her picture to her real picture?
Well, no, everything people are talking about with Randy right now is how she basically
she
went
distanced
against the
herself
narrative.
from Gazi.
Yeah, she disconnected from the narrative, so to speak. So she recently posted something for Wham, saying that, and even the statistic she gave was false. That it was 12% of all harassers from the GG auto blocker was from Gamergate, but actually it's 0.66%, because the 12% was of the small minority of accounts that are related to. So the auto blocker is blocking about 10,000 accounts, and
I'm not actually blocked from any of the literally who's, and I've joined Twitter.
Yeah,
so it just really begs the question: if they do have like an auto blocker, like, is it blocking people that disagree with them, or is it blocking just a whole group?
It's people who use keywords, namely the hashtag. My point is that about 10,000.
No. The blogbot works with a source list of accounts. If you follow, I think, more than 2 of them, you are automatically blocked.
Oh, okay, good. Yeah, no, I wasn't sure the auto blocker worked. Excellent. But so anyway, my point is that about 10,000 are blocked, and about 86 of those are GG-related harassers. So really, it's not even close to 1%. But it's a misappropriation, a la the wage gap myth, that's being perpetuated by Wham, that 12% is harassing. But even then, I mean, that's still a minority of accounts. They're clearly pushing the narrative now to a point where it's going against the made-up statistics that they have. So I don't know how anyone sensible at this point can even agree with them, because it's gone to the point where you literally have to be.
People still agree with them. I found that, I mean, somebody on my RuPaul's Drag Race Reddit was asking me, how can I still support Gamergate even I support like LGBT game shows? Why do I still support something that is harassing and racist and homophobic? And I'm like, I have never seen something that is racist and homophobic, like directly racist and homophobic and transphobic from Gamergate. Tell me when, why, where, and he never responded, or she never responded.
Right now, I said that what's his face looked more like a Monty Python drag than actual transsexual. So even then, it's not anything against a whole group of transsexuals. It's just against this one guy who doesn't look too convincing.
Well, and here's the thing. The reason most people stick to the narrative now is because either they're too stupid, too lazy, or too ideologized to even see past it at this point. Either people don't care, they'll stay with the party line no matter what. They're too stupid that they can't even spend, or they're too lazy to spend any amount of time researching the topic. They just want to parrot what other people have told them. So this is what we have to fight against.
What we see right now is that the narrative has crumbled to the point where you see more and more distancing themselves from it. For example, Randy, or
Time Magazine from lying out their ass, or the New Yorker.
Oh yeah, have you seen the New Yorker cover recently about?
It's the mattress girl, and I find that horribly disgusting. It's like there is no.
Well, and the funny thing is, I find. Sorry.
Why would you do this?
Well, the funny thing is, I find that the New Yorker, at least the digital version, actually ran a satirical article that said that something along the lines of scientists discover a new rash of fact-resistant humans.
Yeah, that's kind of
And it's funny because on the most recent cover, they're hailing the mattress girl as the leader of a sexual revolution, which is bizarre because like before the magazine even came out, before the magazine even would have been started to be put to print, it's already been debunked. Like it's been debunked massively. So clearly they're just towing the same line in spite of facts, not even ignorant of the facts anymore, in spite of facts.
What specific issue is this again?
This is the mattress. So New Yorker recently put up a cover for their latest issue of their magazine, and in it they show, on the cover they show the mattress girl and say that she's been leading a sexual revolution.
Oh my God, that's so.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that story, yes.
That's not a sexual revolution. She's crazy.
Yeah, and it's been shown that way, you know.
They have been actually shown messages of she wanting the guy back after supposedly he raped her, so she's actually not.
But here's the thing: things like that, the UVA, the lacrosse team, it's all going to be parroted as false statistics until the end of time, in the same way the wage gap myth is. It's going to be parroted as fact time and time again, even though it's been debunked, and people will be too stupid or too lazy to think any differently. And so what we're going to have are these urban myths forming, where you're going to have the same stories parroted time and time again.
But
it all depends if you or any one of you or anybody of Gamergate or anybody of the MRAs or all of those type of groups actually get involved in politics. That's the only way we can change.
And that's where we should be leading ourselves. You know, it's like people, you know.
Gamergate, a political party. I love that.
No,
I would totally vote for that.
No, but like a political caucus group or something like that.
We're talking more like NGO. We should be talking more like NGO and advocacy.
Politics and academics. That's the only thing we need to do.
Some of us are trying. Some of us are trying.
Like honestly, I tried looking into trying to make a nonprofit in Florida. Unfortunately, because of my job, I cannot do that. I actually looked into it, and there's a conflict of interest, so I couldn't go ahead with that at all.
I'm trying to be as ethical as I can
but whoever does, if you guys do try to go for this kind of idea, you have to realize that person who's ever going to be in charge of that board, depending if you do for profit or non-profit, you're going to be the target, regardless. Yeah.
And that's the thing.
To be brave.
No, it's not about bravery. No, it really isn't, because people who get any sort of recognition. I mean, look at Sargon, for instance. His name, you know, he was doxxed to hell. And you know, we lost people. People quit. People had to leave the movement. What's her face again? Someone had to leave the movement because she was being attacked so hard. Lizzie had to leave the movement because she was doxxed and attacked so hard. It's not about bravery. The bravest, you can be as brave as you want, but at the end of the day, if you get too much recognition, and this is exactly why I, you know, just as an example, you know, amongst many people, don't use their real identity when they're dealing with these things, because we know the pitfalls of doing this. We know, because like I've mentioned a couple times before, I'm in academia. You know, you can't be blathering. You know, you can't be going on about these things where I am. You just can't. You know, so it's like
just look what they try to do to Thunderfoot, for example.
Exactly, and at the end of the day, it doesn't matter how brave you are. It doesn't matter how brave you are, because it's not about bravery, or it's not about courage at all. You're dealing with people who are clearly mentally ill and have significant influence,
and will do whatever they can to destroy you.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And the only thing
The
you
thing
can
is
do.
that I cannot let them get inside my country. They're already doing it. I'm not going to let them.
Well, and that's great, but at the same time,
you'll become a martyr.
Again, I'm not gonna lie. My real name's out there, obviously, but my name is so common that I really don't worry about it. And all my public profiles, I don't have anywhere listed where I am from, where I live. You might be hint, but even so, you don't know much personal information. When I started twittering on Twitter, I went through everything and tried to get rid of as much info as I can that cannot track back to my real life, exactly because of what Will was talking about. And especially where I'm at, it's a very touchy issue and a very political issue, and I will lose my job, and I could even make where I work at could even get dragged into this. So that's...
I'm not worried. if someone doxes me and tries to invade my house,
But a lot of people do have something to lose, and that's the thing. You may not have something to lose, but a lot of people have something to lose, and that's the thing. You can be brave when you have nothing to lose, but when you have something to lose, bravery needs to
That's
take
why the
take a
people
back seat.
who don't have anything to lose should go for it.
Well, yeah.
I mean,
if you
Andrew
can do
Jackson.
something.
I mean, I know that supposedly Andrew Jackson was anti-banks, and he got shot 9 times.
He's been challenged to a duel twice. He's been shot 9 times. He avenged his family, who were murdered by the British, and he pushed the native population away from aggressive settlers, inadvertently saving them. And he's had a very aggressive political career, to say the least.
Yeah, but the thing is that he fight for something that he thought he was right, and he got shot for it.
Well, and they're taking him off the $20 bill now. So.
That will go the way of the Susan B. Anthony coins and the Sacagawea golden dollars. It will be in circulation for a year, and probably it will just go back to the old print.
They should have a how is it? What's the name?
Repeat that.
They should. I mean, we have an indigenous woman too in our coins, but it's not because we change anybody. We have in all our coins we have the founder of the independence founder. Then we put it like a indigenous woman to represent the Native Americans. But it wasn't because we needed to substitute somebody. It was just we created a new coin to put.
Well, and the thing is about something like the Sacagawea coin was that that's essentially what it was. It was a new coin, and I think because the thing about bills are reserved for presidents, and not for current presidents, and not for presidents who just happen to be president, but for those who have done something notable. And say Hillary should win, Hillary wouldn't have a reputation for eons until she could even get a dollar bill.
So it's Lincoln, Washington, Jackson, who else?
They have Lincoln, Washington, Jackson. They have Franklin, who was never president, but he's still a founding, really important.
Franklin was instrumental in the formation of our country because he was the first ambassador, and he did persuade the French to assist us. So, in essence, he is very instrumental to our formation, and he's also an inventor, and a scientist, and an illuminator.
Yeah, he's up there with Thomas Jefferson.
He's a great American, and he was very industrious, and he is one of the embodiments of the American spirit. So it's kind of the same thing why we had Thomas Paine on a coin.
So your country, the bills are all presidents.
No, not all presidents.
Based on
Hamilton and Benjamin aren't presidents.
Oh, well, yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
But there are figures that are supposedly like important figures, very important figures.
Yes.
And the less important
figures
are on coins.
You could say.
Hit the nail on the head.
The less important figures are on coins.
Well, sort of. Lincoln is on the $1 bill, and he's also on the penny.
Okay.
I think George Washington was on a quarter.
He's on the
which
quarter.
is used everywhere. JFK was on a dollar coin. You know.
We have a female poet in our 5,000 peso bill.
And you know,
usually because she's a very important poet, she actually won the Nobel, not the Nobel, I think it was Nobel for literature. So it's not that she just, because she's a woman, she actually won a prize that it was huge.
Yeah, and if you want women on your currency, you should come to Canada because we have on all of our coins and on one of our bills we have a woman on our currency. So
Is it still the Queen of England and the Queen?
Yeah.
Queen of Canada. Sorry.
Yeah, she's
Well,
sovereign.
Canada. Yeah.
She's no. She's the Queen of Canada. Legally, she's the Queen of Canada, but the Queen of
And
Canada
Australia,
is
no,
also the Queen of
Australia,
England.
no, New Zealand.
No, Canada isn't New Zealand. We're
No,
very
I
different countries.
know that Canada is in New Zealand, but isn't she still the Queen of New Zealand and
Yeah,
Australia?
of Australia,
Yeah.
New Zealand, Canada, and the United Kingdom, and some like minor countries that no one knows about. So.
And the
And the
I think
Bahamas.
maybe also no wait, not South Africa anymore. Never mind.
And the
No,
Falklands?
No.
They're a republic now. But yeah, no. So if you want women on your currency, we still got plenty. So.
Well, and also, I mean, don't the English also have some commemorative coins for like Jane Austen, people like that?
Oh yeah.
Probably.
But
There
these
was-
are big.
Do you want to know
These are big
some?
first, like Shakespeare. I mean,
Do you guys want to know
if they
some?
wanna put, if they wanna put a woman on a coin or a bill, it should be Sacagawea or Rosa Parks. Like people who do matter for history.
There's an interesting history behind Rosa Parks. Is that there's some historical evidence to suggest that she was prompted by a corporation to cause the little discretion at the bus stop in order to spark a lawsuit.
Well, she actually worked at a I can't remember which firm, but she was working for one of the civil rights firms.
She worked for the NCC something.
NAACP.
NAACP.
That was it.
National Coalition of whatever.
Colored people. Or something.
Yeah, some about colored people, but like I'm surprised people aren't discussing people like Betsy Ross. I mean, like she's really major in the formation of the United States.
Or I'd even go for Amelia.
She originated the flag design, or
Yeah,
at least.
and you Americans go on and on about your fucking flags. So I mean, I'm surprised you guys don't.
No,
Some people do.
she was on a coin for a while actually. I think it was a dollar coin. Yeah.
I heard that she actually didn't make it. It was someone else.
Was it? Well, I know we had Susan B. Anthony also at one point.
Bear in mind that my information on that one comes from Cracked, so take it with a pinch of salt.
Well, Cracked is actually Cracked was pretty good.
Yeah, their history articles are amazing.
Bad.
What? Cracked what?
Cracked only became bad, but Cracked, pre a date, I will still support.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, like the great history articles, man. They actually made it funny.
Yeah, it was pretty good. It was a pretty good site. Even their videos, their discussion about superhero powers is my favorite one. But
yeah, they went off the rails obviously recently, but they still. I remember binging on Cracked all night long a couple times.
I like Cracked After Hours where they discuss sort of this contrarian hyperbole about any given media. Like, is Batman causing more harm than good? Are all musicals secretly about, like, group thinking or whatever? And I just think how absolutely absurd all of this is and find entertainment in that. And I think part of them would know this is all bullshit and hyperbole, so I'll find a link to them. They're like after-hour show.
Yeah, the after hours were pretty good.
Yeah, I watched all their after hours for at least the first and second
they had
season.
a little mini-series about a dating site. It was called Rom-Com. And it was about a firm running a dating website and just how messed up the entire dating scene is. Like, all the women lie, all the men are after the sex, and nobody's being 100% truthful on any of their answers.
Of course not.
Yeah.
When I put myself on dating sites, I always put myself honestly. But the thing is that when people want to talk to me, like date, I get scared.
So you're not alone.
Well, I mean, obviously, you're on a dating site, so unless you think that, unless if you're anything like me, you'd be on there because you can't really talk to people in person, and you're trying to, bolster yourself. So yeah, of course, people lie on dating sites.
I don't lie. I put myself, I say I'm overweight. The problem is that according to the laws of the internet, if a woman says that she's overweight, she's obese. But I put myself because I know that I'm overweight. I don't lie. Why should I lie? I have a bunch of like gray hairs on my hair, and my cousins and they always try to take them away from my hair, and I'm like, why do you want to take it? Like, I don't care. I don't wear makeup. I don't understand the importance of lying, like how good you look. I mean, in the end, you're going to get a guy, and then you're going to take off the makeup, and he's going to look at you how you really are.
Well, at that point, then usually you both look at each other and say, "Oh, yeah, so you lied about that, eh?"
Yeah, I see that you're half a spider. You didn't disclose that information on our.
Oh God, a Tumblr dating site.
Oh my God!
That would be as successful as DashCon.
Fucking.
I would go on that just to see what people said.
Jack, quick question. What's wrong with being half spider?
Oh, nothing. As long as it's
Just wondering.
I would totally screw a spider.
Okay, that's
I should probably
appreciated.
tell you now that you trigger me because I'm a tarantula kin.
Like, let's say, Jack, let's say, like, secretly, like we're not saying it's true, but we'll say, for sake of argument, that I'm a spider. What would be wrong with being half spider?
Well, you're not a guy, and I'm not gonna date you if you're half a spider.
Don't date the females, dude. They eat you.
Now that's racist, you see. That's a horrible myth, like all black people are violent, all Irish people are drunk, all spider women eat their mates.
There's some credence to the second last one there.
What?
Jack?
Yeah.
Hey man,
did you saw the link that I sent you?
Yeah, the sexy drag queen, and I'm like, yeah, I regret taking.
Yes, me too.
On it.
What? Who linked it? Who actually saw it?
What?
I didn't know.
Yeah, I saw it.
It was for Jack, not for the rest of us.
Tranny on stage.
That's not a tranny, that's a man.
Okay, yes.
That's a drag queen. It's a man who is painted like a woman. It's a beautiful woman.
My apologies.
On that note, I'm going to get going. It was fun. Thanks for having me on, Robert.
Take care, Kevin.
No problem.
Goodbye, Emperor Wolf.
Did you saw the drawings of Kukuruyo for the GG in DC?
Yes, I saw the comment.
It was so funny. I actually mocked a little bit other Jesus because his animation is like he's hugging Ralph, and all his robe is like up his waist, so he look like he's actually humping Ralph. I said to other Jesus, "You're humping him," and he's like, "No."
Would that be classified as necrophilia?
Necrophilia?
The thing is that the joke inside that comic, it says that, "What are you doing?" It says Ralph, and like other Jesus says, "I'm harassing you," because he's hanging him. Oh, and Milo said, "Oh, this trick is really good." And Christina Hofstadter says it's grape juice.
He's getting through. Yeah, apparently
Milo got laid.
It took me ages to work out that was Milo. I did not get that joke for ages.
Because he looks like a Saiyan.
Yeah, I know. I wish he'd go back to his brunette hair.
I liked him with brunette hair more.
Yeah.
He looks better. Like, I'm not saying he looks horrible blonde, but
hey.
I think he looks better than that.
He got laid blonde. So.
He looks classier when he's a brunette.
Well, okay, yeah, but I mean,
Sorry, I
it,
got a
it,
man
it
crush on Milo.
it's I
He's a
like that we
handsome
have our
man.
own Super Saiyan. I feel that it's very appropriate.
What happens if he merges with Sargon?
Oh my god. How are they gonna merge sexually?
I mean, not.
Oh God!
Alright.
I challenge someone to write that fan fiction.
Oh yeah.
No,
Just don't share. Just don't share with us, cause well, maybe share it with Jack, but
don't share it with me.
Wait, is Sargon going to have a rock penis?
What?
What?
Sargon is going to have a rock like penis because
Some
it's a
Let's
rock
Plays.
figure.
I always had a really weird image where Sargon one
Okay, hold
shot.
on.
What?
What?
I'm gonna go.
Uh-oh.
Oh, someone's breaking out.
I'm gonna.
let's give it a sec.
Hmm.
Breaking out.
So you thought that the
Hello?
dragon that I sent you was cute?
I'm gonna go now.
Do they-
So
do
you
they-
guys have a good night, eh?
All right, take care.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Kyle.
Yeah. Bye.
You thought the dragon was pretty?
No.
I didn't click on it. I'm not going to.
It's
Jesus,
not.
you
It's
have
not
to
like
click on it.
cute.
Like I said, send all the fan fictions his way. Wink, wink.
Oh, please don't.
Because he is actually the one that I'm rooting for to win this season.
I should link some One Direction fan fictions to Jack.
I don't like
No,
that.
link that to my kid sister. She's a One Direction
I
zealot.
like One Direction.
You hypocrite. Anyway.
You beta bitch.
I like
Get out
that.
of Gamergate.
I don't mind those kids. I don't mind those kids.
Well, okay. See, my thing about it is they're the only boy band that's actually really interesting to me because they actually incorporate elements from classic rock groups. So it's actually interesting.
We're talking 50s, 60s, or 70s.
Well, mostly 80s.
Okay, so we're in the heavy metal area.
Yeah. So well, things like the Who and things like that.
Yeah,
I
the
was
Who from the 70s.
on a drive from, I'm not disclosing what city I'm in, to Fort Worth, and it's just like the same shit I heard from the Jonas Brothers or the Cheetah Girls.
It's always the same over and over again.
Yes, it's just new blood.
I miss the Bastard Boys. Those
I like the Backstreet Boys and the Cheetah Girls and the Pussycat Dolls too. So I mean,
Actually, somebody
just had
pointed
to
something
watch
really
them.
interesting. Actually, somebody pointed.
I was
Actually,
on the
somebody.
about liking the Backstreet Boys.
I love K-pop.
I was
Oh my
very
gosh.
into Orgy and Stabbing Westward, and if you don't know what those two bands are, they're very sort of heavy goth
yeah.
metal.
At least it's not blood on the dance floor.
Contrast, because those were the two bands I first got into metal with.
Wait, Panic on the Dance Floor?
No,
No,
Orgy
what a crack
and
said.
Stabbing Westward were the two bands that got me into metal as a kid. And I know
I can't really do metal, but you know, it's one of the few genres that I can't really do besides the heavy hip hop.
You know what? One of the things that somebody pointed about the old boy bands, like the Backstreet Boys, and it's actually very true, is that the Backstreet Boys actually, when they released Everybody, which was back then, when I was a little girl, that is different to these groups of boy bands. Is that this group of boy bands, all of them have to be pretty, while the Backstreet Boys, they were not pretty, and in Everybody they were ugly. They weren't afraid of being ugly. And this boy band,
Well, I wouldn't say they were
Well, they
ugly.
also
They were just normal.
They also played. Like they also wrote their own material. Like the thing about these boys bands is that all their material is written by committee.
yeah.
What
I mean,
that
well, the Backstreet Boys, I don't think they wrote all their material, Although it could be, I mean, it wasn't really good. But it wasn't. Have you watched the old one of the later like Backstreet Boys songs? Were I think it was Believe when they actually imitate. They actually make an old video, like an 80s video, and they're all like 80s guys, and they go to a rock concert from the 80s, and they're all having mullets and all of that. They basically are making fun of themselves.
They, oh, really? That is just very decadist of them. Like, how bigoted can you be? I mean, stereotyping the 80s? Well, like, what? Decadist?
They were kids in the 80s. I mean, they were kids from the 80s. But that's the thing. I really like that when the Backstreet Boys came with that music video. I really like them. Honestly, I became like not a fan, but actually I like that video because it showed that they actually grew to actually just mock themselves. Like they weren't taking themselves seriously anymore because they knew they were old. Like they knew they weren't like hot anymore. So why not just make fun of themselves? And it's one of my favorite music videos. It's just like my favorite music video from Korn is Twisted Transistor. Have you watched it?
I like it.
Twisted Transistor, I haven't seen that one, but I have seen the, oh god, what's it called? It's from the record album Follow the Leader, and...
Freak Unleashed?
That is an amazing video.
That's the name of the...
What about Falling Away From Me? Could that be it either?
Yeah, no, Falling Away From Me, oh yes. Well, there's
the one that the girl that's getting beaten by her father?
Transitions over to Falling Away From Me, where like you can play those music videos back to back, and it will
Freak on a Leash.
One long video.
Freak on a Leash and Falling Away From Me.
Falling Away.
I think those are the connected. But the thing is that Twisted Transistor is a video by Korn where a bunch of hip-hop artists, including Snoop Dogg and which is the other one, the very known one, Lil Jon. They all play the band Korn, and they are hip-hop artists playing this rock band, and they basically make fun of themselves as a band. And in the end, when the music video finished, is the music producers of the video are actually the band Korn, and they're actually saying them, we need more booty shaking, we need more money, and they were basically like, they actually reversed the roles. This is really funny. One of the best, I think it's the best video they have because it's just comedic, just ridiculous.
I have to. Yeah. The thing is, like, Korn really came out. Korn really codified nu metal, which is basically hip hop and metal fused.
It's
one of the good ones.
Whatever. I'll not debate on
what?
that. Korn's little shtick is that they're mixing metal with funk.
But they're one of the good ones, like one of the actual good ones.
Limp Bizkit.
Oh no, my God!
I love some of their songs.
I mean, they're not bad. Limp Bizkit is not really bad. I mean, Limp Bizkit. I'm not saying that the first one are the best. I think Korn is really good. I mean, they actually have made good songs. Like Freak on a Leash is one of the, or watch it. Is Freak on a Leash the one of the bullet? No.
Yeah, it just flies through stuff, despite the fact it's probably no bigger than 45 ACP.
Yeah, but that was really revolutionary for that time. Well,
Bittersweet. I wonder if they pulled off Bittersweet Symphony, because that would have been one of the hardest ones to pull off.
Bittersweet Symphony, the one about what is the name of the?
I can't remember the name of the band that performed Bittersweet Symphony.
The Verb.
The Verb, yeah, I think so.
Yeah, that's a really good song.
Yeah, but like The whole video is literally the lead singer walking down a street
Yeah.
continuously. I wonder how the hell they managed to pull that off. It's all one take.
Yeah. I think it's the power of the song. The song is more powerful than the video.
Mm.
It's like it's simplistic, but it doesn't need to be bigger because the whole orchestra of that song is huge.
Mm.
So that's all that song really has is the orchestra. Like I think they even got in trouble for that.
Who is it come from actually?
I need to step away for a moment to go
Okay.
to.
Go to pee. I went to
I
pee.
mean, like they lifted that orchestra segment from some other material, and so they got sued for using it.
Oh.
Mm.
I mean, it's an
This is really
interesting song,
good
but
song. Oh my God, we went back to the 90s.
Mm.
It was
Does
the time of
anyone
our youth.
remember? Does anyone remember when this chat had a topic, or when this chat had a list of topics?
I came in the middle of it, so I don't know if you guys had one or not. So
Yeah, we have, but the thing is that Robert never. I asked Robert, what are the topics for this chat, and he told me this, and this, and then
We just
I don't know.
had the most epic digression.
It's shitposting.
we just went down a giant rabbit hole and just never came out.
Yeah,
It's shitposting. That's the way my streams usually are.
We have passed Wonderland by now.
I mean, it's not weird that we are in the 90s now. It was a better time. There were no so much social justice warriors back in the 90s.
They were getting going. The 90s were the time they were getting going.
Yeah, that's when they started out.
Yeah, but they started out. They were really like the first attempts.
You know what it is?
It was before that already, but in the 90s they really grew.
Well, the thing is that the internet grew in the 90s and then into the 2000s.
Yeah.
Yeah, the 2000 generation. That's the Tumblr generation.
That generation.
Well, you want to know what's really funny? The services that the services that Gamergate uses and the services that have become really popular, like Reddit and so forth, all came from the mid 2000s/90s.
2004 really.
Boom.
Yeah, it was 2000, a lot of sites came out in 2004 as far as I remember, like YouTube, 4chan, Facebook, Twitter as well, I think.
YouTube started in 2005 and 4chan was 2003.
Yeah, but I didn't join. Yeah.
But it was in that kind of time.
Yeah.
Privilege calculator. Somebody has a privilege calculator.
Yes.
Yeah.
Jesus linked a few pictures from Imgur that like showed a math
Pansexual.
class.
Oh my God.
It's horrible. It's worse.
Wait.
It's end times.
Yes.
I miss the 90s. I really miss the 90s. It's not. Yeah. Social justice warriors came. They started to grow in the 90s, but even them, they still have like reminiscence of objectivity. They, at least most of them. I mean, it was probably it was a minority, the ones that were growing to be the philosophers now. And these kids were not born back then. Those kids actually have been born into that. We weren't born into that. We are like children from the Cold War.
Well, I'm not. I'm post.
I'm not.
Yeah, my
I'm
father was
93.
born during the
Oh,
Cold.
really? How
And
young? Well,
still
I'm older. Oh, okay, I'm the old woman. Okay,
Well,
I'm the old woman.
Well, I'm 96, so
Really?
yeah.
Damn close to a millennial.
Oh,
You're 19?
I'm 18.
You're
Okay.
18.
Wow.
Like, okay,
I'm 19
I'm
this
the
summer.
old one. I'm the old woman because I was in 87.
Oh, I'm older than you, sweetie. Not by much, but I'm older than you.
So I guess I'm
Hey, Grandma.
24 years old here.
I mean, it's not that I'm against. I mean, it's not that I'm that I see things like this. I know that I'm not immune to accept other people's sexual orientations. I don't care about other people's races. I see you tell me you are pansexual, I will be okay. If you tell me I'm agender, I will try to understand. But the thing is that I will not create, I will not accept a hierarchy of any kind.
You're a shitlord.
I mean, I identify myself as I identify.
And if you don't fit into one of those categories, then you're just transitioning from one to the other. Even then, there's no like Z, Zoe, or whatever Tumblr ism that they make up, because in essence, they're still male or female.
Yeah, that's the thing, is that even if you do take gender as a spectrum, a transgender.
If you take gender as a spectrum, transgendered
people
have a special physiology.
Wait.
Yes, that's what I'm getting at. Is that there's no special in between physiology unless you count tails.
Well, no, there's intersex. Intersex is a thing.
Okay, well, yes.
There is.
What's intersex? This is like the first time I actually heard of this.
Hermaphrodite.
Oh, then why didn't they just call it that?
Man,
I don't know.
It's incorrect. I don't know. They think it's incorrect, but it's actually that's the term. It's not a degrading term. It's actually
Greek is oppressive.
Yeah, it's from Greek culture. It was about a dude who was a man and a woman, if I remember correctly. It's been a while, but yeah.
Come on, the word Homo sapien also comes from Greek, and Tumblr claims
Latin.
It's appropriation from gay people.
Excuse me, why is Asian a Latino?
Literally, if you break down homosexual, it literally means attracted to a man.
Sex orientation, homo and sexual.
Excuse me.
Homicide and what other words can I think of?
Homo just means man in Latin.
Yeah.
Oh, and well, in English it means sane. So
yeah. Well, and things have interesting when it comes to things like that, I mean, it's very interesting how the linguists actually develop with something like that.
Let's do the math. Oh, somebody actually, please tell me this is not true. I mean, it says that in appearance, this figure is actually more privileged than overweight, this figure. Please tell me that's less 40 because I'm going to kill somebody. How a disfigured person has more privilege than an overweight person?
Well, I mean,
disfigured person, like somebody who
you have to play the victim Olympics there with that.
It's a minus whatever the number is. I can't actually.
Yeah, it's -4. That's -4.
Yeah, it's -4. Disfigured is lower than overweight and underweight and short. Wow. Wow. Oh my god.
Insecurities are showing.
Maybe it's less 40. Maybe it's less 40.
No, that can't be. I think I see a little parenthesis closing at the end of that, right?
In fairness, there's some lad blocking it.
I'm more privileged than a Middle Eastern person.
Congratulations.
Don't they know that a lot of that Latinos are basically mix of Spaniard, Middle Eastern?
Yeah, we got conquered by the Moors in Spain for a while.
They don't know a thing.
Mixing there.
What's this genetics you're talking about? All I hear is oppression and science.
Okay, let's do the math.
Science is oppressive.
Let's do the math. Okay, it's race as let's start. How do you start?
How do I sell?
How do you start? Let's do the math.
How do we start?
Okay.
Actually, you don't have to do the math. There's a site where you can just multiple choice answers.
No, yeah, but that's actually, I think it's like ironic. It's
No,
not
but
like
I
for
think they use
serious.
the actual like equations what they use. Like it's not like it's making fun of it, but I think it's pretty accurate. You know, it's not.
Wait, I
It's
don't
the
get
exact
how,
same equation.
man. I don't get how gender queer is less oppressed than transgender. Aren't transgender like gender queer people, like bigender, trigender, they're from the same umbrella that transgender.
Oh.
I guess you can make the argument because if it's a woman becoming a man, she's gonna be less oppressed because she's a man now. I guess. I mean,
Well,
Not
there's
I guess
actually
support, but sure, I guess she is.
Oh my god, what the fuck? Kinship! Are you
that's
kidding
in
me?
there. Did he actually put that in?
What?
Kinship, yes. Mammalkin, reptilekin, dragonkin, birdkin. Oh my god, kill me!
Oh God!
What?
I don't see this here. Where did you see it? Or are you talking about the quiz where you take the quiz?
Yeah.
yeah, that's not
Oh.
the
All right, let's see.
Okay, yeah, let's see. I'm interested now in this.
Wait,
Okay,
they've left out Ireland, the racist fucks.
I guess I'll put overweight. Technically, it's true. Right?
Less.
I'm a non-religious. Jesus
I'm
Christ.
not sure if I count as tall. 5'8".
I'll say
Not really.
not tall. I don't think so.
I don't.
I'll say
Are they?
normal.
Are they counting introversion as social
Oh
autism
my
here?
God! You're
Yeah.
not lying. It's kinship. It's human, birdkin, dragonkin, werekin, other
I
reptilian.
guess human, right? Or is that actual kinship? There's a kinship of humans too. Like I'm confused.
I'm gonna go. I'm clicking on human. Just
The brotherhood of man, I guess.
What is that?
right.
It says religion.
My profession isn't actually here.
Just click on there. That's what I had to do.
Yeah.
Tall.
Okay.
White.
Okay,
How dare they?
Size normal, I guess.
I qualify. I qualify for membership at the patriarchy.
I don't think I'm actually all that attractive.
Okay, let's see. Check my privilege.
It's
Body. I don't
one
see
option.
LD there, so let's do that.
I apparently qualify for the patriarchy.
I'm extremely oppressed with a score of -1000. What the fuck happened?
Hey, what is social autism? What is social autism?
My score is 80.
Well, that's not Christian.
You know, I guess that's good, depending who you ask.
Oh, I'm a shitlord. I'm officially a shitlord.
I'm privileged.
Apparently.
Privileged with an 80. Awesome.
Oh yeah, I'm disadvantaged with a score of -65.
So does that make you higher in the social justice warriors hierarchy?
Yeah, and I'm probably the most I follow the stereotype that they've been spouting for 8 months, and according to this test, I pass. So,
congratulations.
Yes.
I'm trying to see how low a score I can get.
The lowest score is funnily 9,000. -9,000.
Oh yes, I'm gonna try this.
I'm gonna go for like the most like everything they're
they love.
Yeah.
Oh
You know
my
what?
God!
I'm sure Muslims.
Oh my
Check
God!
multiple options.
Oh my God, guys! My privilege level is extremely oppressed with a score of less than -385.
I'm overweight.
I don't even know how I managed -1000. I think I have clicked something wrong.
I actually put 2 clicks. Like I
Gender
put
queer.
men,
What
woman.
the heck is gender queer? Never heard that one.
I don't know. I
By
clicked on it.
gender, like gender fluid.
Too
Hey,
stupid to decide.
hey, don't say that. I'm genderqueer.
What exactly does that mean?
Yeah,
what does it mean? I honestly don't know what it means.
Genderqueer is like bigender. That means that you identify both as transgender and cisgender. That means that you have body gender dysphoria sometimes, not always.
Okay, so you switch around basically. Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
Or that you can be supposedly agender, but I don't know how that works. I mean, supposedly you don't have a gender, but I don't know how that works.
You're a rock.
Demisexual is the best one, I think.
Demi is supposed. I don't know what Demi is. I just know
Demi
that
was made
agender
up
is
in
no
a
gender.
chat by a 14-year-old girl.
I know, that's
Yeah,
the funny thing.
I know that. That's why I don't include it. It's bigender, gender fluid. That means that it's the same as bigender, but you flow from one to the other, and you actually have like
Oh
middle.
my gosh, guys, you can click on more than one choice.
Yeah, I know that.
That's what I'm doing.
I am all Ken.
Sky got a score of negative 3420.
I'm gonna click on everything that just. Oh gosh.
I got
minus.
I got minus.
But honestly, you do it like you did. Did you do it honestly?
No, I'm just messing with it.
Yeah, no, actually, I did it honestly, and I got extremely oppressed. I don't.
No, I got when I took it seriously, I got like an 80 on privilege. You know.
I got 140. I'm a shitlord.
Okay,
really?
Let's see. I want to see if I can't get it lower.
I'm just clicking everything at this stage just to see what I can.
The thing is that there's probably a lot of people who are oppressed but don't consider themselves oppressed. They think they're.
I'm gonna completely fuck this thing over. I'm clicking everything.
I don't understand.
No! Don't click everything. Click only the thing that is not evil, white patriarchy.
No, I'm just clicking everything.
Guys, I'm from Latin America and Africa at the same time.
You're super biracial. I wonder if that gives you negative points or positive points, or just evens out now.
And no, it's
minus. This is gold. This is gold. You understand?
By clicking everything, I got minus 3,970.
That's the top.
Okay, let's see what I got.
I actually got my minus, honestly, with very much less. Dude. I'm oppressed. I'm supposedly oppressed. I don't get why I'm oppressed. I'm not homeless. For me, oppressed people are people who don't have hands, who don't have legs, and who cannot find a job and live in the street. Those people for me are oppressed.
I have so many kinships that I just have headmates all over the place.
I got extremely oppressed at 4,120.
I don't get what's the point of this. I mean, then you get to say, "Oh, yes, I'm oppressed."
I don't know. You become the leader of. If you're the most extremely oppressed one, you become the leader of the group. Like that's it.
I bet
okay, I'm legitimately gonna try and make myself super oppressed.
Legitimately? Like how legitimately? Like you're gonna try?
You can skip pages as well. Oh, this is glorious.
Just put anything that says straight, white, or money. Just don't click on it. Just click everything else. You know. That's it. That's I think the key to getting the most negative points in this test is that.
Damn it! Negative 980.
See, and I'm not really sure I should have clicked on mentally disabled because I have dyslexia, but it doesn't particularly hamper.
I don't think that's a learning disability. It wouldn't be mentally disabled, so that's what I have a learning disability. I was surprised. I actually feel offended they didn't have that listed. You know.
Yeah, because it's like mentally disabled. Because I've been around people that have a serious case. Like I remember one kid whose father took a hammer to his skull.
Overweight and ugly face.
That's
really
from their site. This is from their site. From their site updates. Added Canada due to the incessant croaking of froggies.
What? Okay, I'm from Latin America.
Our religion question has been causing offense to those who belong to religions not listed. Since there are over 40,000 active religions in the world today, we cannot possibly list them all. Instead, we have included other which consist of all of these, as compared to the listed ones. They are all equally disadvantaged.
Oh my gosh. So these people so it's not satire, this is they're actually...
I want to see what they're selling. They have a store. Oh, they aren't serious. They aren't
Okay,
serious.
they're satire. All right. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
this is a satire site. I told you.
No, because what that's I mean, Poe's law. Literally, when
algorithm is the same.
when Robert was just saying that, I thought that it was legit because that's something they would say. You know, it's
No,
like
they're
That's
actually
the
wrong.
problem with these people is that you literally cannot tell the trolls from the serious.
Post law.
The one in the classroom, that's the serious. That's what I was going to ask you to do. Because the one in the classroom is supposedly the serious one.
Yeah.
Well, I'm from Latin America. Okay, I'm from Latin America. I have social autism because I think I'm like borderline Asperger syndrome. I'm Latino. I'm from non-religious. I'm from non-religious. Genderqueer. If you're genderqueer, you can be gay and straight at the same time because you are. I like dudes. I like penis.
She cracked the code.
I'm not. I'm a teacher, none. I'm a student, so none. I'm middle class. Although for you to know, our middle class is actually your salaries are underprivileged, it's completely different. I'm short. I have an attractive face, but I'm overweight. I hope I have an attractive face. Robert, do I have an attractive face?
You have an attractive
Yeah.
voice, so
Wanna see my face? No, do you not want to see my face? I haven't shaved.
Jesus Christ, super suspicious
Hello.
coitus.
Do I have an attractive face?
So I just love that. I adore whoever made that because that's.
Do I have an attractive face?
You know what? I mean, honestly,
you do,
we should do
actually.
such a Twitter campaign with this, like just like a shit day. You know, nothing serious. Like
I think we already did that once.
we did. I saw the test, but I never saw the like people trying to get like the super negative score though. Like just like.
Okay.
Actually, okay. I'll do that. Actually. How low can you go?
I'm female. Okay, what? Oh, okay.
Let's see if I can make it more funny.
Okay, I'm minus 410. Honestly doing it, I'm extremely open. Yeah.
What are we talking about?
The tests for to see how privileged you are.
check your privilege. Checkmyprivilege.com, I think it's called, and it will give a numerical value about how much privilege or how much oppression you suffer.
Pero it's
Anybody's either oppressed or disadvantaged, except for oh, I forgot his name.
I'm seriously putting this out on Twitter with hashtag how low can you go? See,
I already posted it once.
I'm gonna log on, retweet that, and take my test now. Again, I'm gonna try to beat you on this one, buddy. Let's see.
Well, so far the reigning oppressed person here has an official score of negative 9,001. So I'm not sure who can beat that.
They must have rigged the system or at least hacked into the CSS to find out what numerical values are added or subtracted to each little answer.
Oh, guys, do you live in LA?
I live near a beach.
Oh no.
Oh, I have a lake too. Wait, I do have a lake in the backyard. I forgot about that. Yeah.
No, because I was going to say if you live in LA, tomorrow is DragCon. Is the
Oh,
first
LA!
conference-
My mistake. I completely misunderstood you. I apologize.
A lake, no, LA. Los
I
Angeles.
live near.
Because
I live near.
tomorrow is DragCon, the first drag queen conference in history.
I haven't been to LA in like 10
It's
years.
like the Comic Con for
I don't know if it's still standing.
RuPaul is going to be there.
I've never been to LA. I've always wanted to go just to see the street art.
It's a pretty cool city, or at least from 10 years ago. I don't know what it's like now, but we visited all the major places. We saw the San Francisco Bridge. We traveled all the way out to like the beach and saw the super clear crystal water, which is a sharp contrast to the Texas Mexican Gulf, which is black almost.
Yeah.
And it's, I was just in awe at how beautiful their beaches were.
I only have gone to New York. I've never gone to another part of the United States.
I can't find Robert on Twitter now. What is this?
It's under Stoll review.
My is Samantha Luna. M is Samantha Luna M. Or you can find me for Chamito Rata. No, Chamito Rat.
No, I added you. Oh my gosh. Let me go to my profile.
You want me to put my Twitter too?
Oh, sure, yeah, I'll add you.
I'm friends with other Jesus. I have been in the House Patrol before.
Oh, I probably have you then. Oh, there's Robert's thing. Okay.
I mean, I've been missing Robert's reviews, Robert's stream, so I have been in the House Patrol.
Well, this has been a fun return to it because I haven't been able to do it for a little bit just because school and everything like that. So
Well,
yeah, that's been fun.
You can find me anywhere. I'm Jack A. Good on Facebook, and you can pick up my writing and look at my art on DeviantArt. It's the same name.
Do you make comics?
I want to, but mostly I'm into illustration, like the very traditional old style.
So are you into like doing like the cover arts and stuff then, pretty much, right?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, I really wanna. One day wanna write a novel. You're laughing about it.
I'm working too.
It's a toll. But then again, I'm hyper obsessive about putting together a story that, because I draw a lot of inspiration from very old text, like back 100 or 200 years ago. So I don't so much write as I just craft sentences into a coherent narrative.
I want to write a novel or a novella, maybe. Maybe I can pay you to make my cover.
I've started working 2 novels actually.
Ooh, what kind?
One's a lesbian romance thing set in a universe not a million miles.
Are you writing the male equivalent of 50 Shades?
Yes. No, is that? No, this one.
You
know what?
One is lesbian fantasy or sci-fi?
Urban fantasy. Urban fantasy with some science magic-y type influences. Basically, rather than using magic outright, it's kind of considered more useful to just enchant your bullets and coat them in silver, than to use things like fire spells.
Oh, so it's kind of like Skullberry Pleasant in that regard?
Skulldugger, yeah, he's Irish actually.
Yeah, I read 40 pages of that book. I didn't finish it. I just know that there's like fire magic and spells, and it takes place in urban.
Yeah, it's sort of like that, but except there's a lot more gun violence, and the guns are a lot bigger.
Wait.
Like the main characters who belong to a multinational demon hunting organization, their standard weapon is basically the same size as a desert eagle.
Oh, sweet.
And it's rapid fire.
Oh. And the other one?
The other one is a war drama romance type thing.
Ooh, you like romance novels?
I've never read a romance novel in my life beyond fan fiction.
Why do you want to write one? Like, do you
I
think?
don't know. I don't know.
Okay.
Living vicariously is what I'm going to put it down to.
Oh. No, because I actually wanna. I never written like before, and I wanna write like a horror novel. I've read and listened to a lot of horror Cthulhu novels, but I really want to try my own.
Well,
Maybe
I can link in the story that's already out.
Can I ask you? Oh, wait, this is going to be really left field. But you are all men.
I'm 24. I'm not old.
No, you are all men. Sorry for my accent.
Okay. No, I'm a genderqueer potato kid. My pronouns are
French fries.
What is supposed to be like the normal size for a guy? In the case
The
of
normal size for a guy is 5'10" and roughly 120 to 150 pounds.
I meant the genitals.
Oh, I don't know. It depends. I think each region has a different size based on malnutrition and whatnot. So
much information.
We covered the Samantha.
Why? Because I really want to ask. I mean, I need to know. My character, one of my characters is going to get a very big penis, but I don't know. I don't want to make it so big that it's uncomfortable.
I guess 5
6
inches
and
6
bigger
is average.
universally regarded as huge.
So anything bigger than
I
that.
don't want to make somebody who has like the penis of the size of a horse. I don't want that. I don't want a gag penis. I want a normal human, a little bit like a big one. But that's why I'm asking you, because you're men and you're supposed
9 inches, I guess.
4.5. Just go. I'd say go with 4.5, 5 inches on the
No,
bone.
I'm actually between like 6 and 10, but I don't want to know. I have seen 9.5.
Have you actually seen or taken a 10 one?
No. I
don't think that's possible. Can a woman take a 10?
Have you?
Wait, Samantha,
don't know
guys. Just wait, Samantha. If you want your character to have a big dick, just say he has a big dick, and let your reader make up whatever length they want.
That's a good point. Leave it to the imagination. Yeah.
That's what I like to do with my character descriptions, because let's face it, overly detailed character descriptions are painful to read and characteristic of a Mary Sue.
Okay.
Unless you're J.R. Tolkien, but then again, that's another different story altogether.
Well, that's a different writing style even still, but most modern novels don't tend to be overly descriptive.
Yeah, but romance novels, don't they describe a little bit the...
No, romance novels actually benefit from being vague because it's escapist fantasy.
Yeah.
I have read like horror novels from like Edward Lee, who is like a very gore-focused novelist. And he describes, when he describes genitalia, he describes it like with sizes, like not just big. He actually describes it like bigger than something, like.
Well, no, you can use comparisons to sort of give an idea. But if I was you, I wouldn't say that he has a 6-inch dick.
Of course not.
His extreme large member penetrated me, and in one one thrust wasn't enough to expand the walls of.
To expand the walls of.
Jesus, you should totally write an erotic novel.
Dude, I have read so much bad fan fiction, I probably can.
Oh my god.
My protagonist, the one who's receiving it, is not a female, by the way.
I don't think I could write fan fiction because I think I've
written several. I've never read it.
And Cupcake, and if you don't know, those are MLP fan fictions.
Oh yeah.
No, don't go there.
Don't go there.
Yeah.
And that one is good. The Cupcake's one is the gold one.
I don't think I can write an innocent fan fiction even if I tried.
You don't need to. I have written comedic fan fiction. It's not like it's adult, but usually because the movies are adult themed, they're like not really at like porn, but actually just the themes are adult because like for mature they're normal movies.
Jack's benefit of putting in one that I've been working on the past while, just to show him that no, not all fan fiction has to be weird. This is a retelling of Final Fantasy VII with Zack Fair as the protagonist.
I kind of like those that are written well. Like you get them every once in a while and a bunch of crap. You get like one good one. You know, it's like a video in a haystack, but it's worth it when you find it. You know.
The most important thing in a fanfiction, besides the sticking to the majority of the reality, is also to learn how to imitate the voice of the narrator. If you know how the people talk, and actually you make it sound like exactly how they are talking, that's a really good fanfiction. I have read really good fanfiction from John Dies at the End. Have you ever read that novel?
No, I haven't read that novel, but
It's a really good novel.
William over at Reckoning Boogaloo has great things to say about it.
I have John Dies at the End, and This Book is Full of Spiders. That's the sequel. Those two novels are really, really funny, and they're like it's like cosmic horror. So my fanfiction was one mixed it like the Cthulhu mythos with that. It was a really short fanfiction, and it was really like comedic.
In my lesbian fiction, it's actually really funny because it's basically you know the eternal conflict thing like Diablo and stuff like that. Angels versus demons. Well, this is angels versus demons versus humans. The humans have to fight both sides as well.
Oh, that's very interesting.
Well, the thing is that I was just kind of thinking about it, and okay, I suppose I'm coming from an atheistic bias here and looking at the Bible from a modern standpoint, and Yahweh does really seem like a dick, doesn't he?
No, in the old Bible.
Yeah, well, in the old Bible, I think he's got.
He has anger issues.
Yeah.
Have you ever? No. Have you ever listened to the Louis Black when he talks about the Bible? When he talks about how the Jews wrote the Bible because he's Jewish, and he actually describes how God was in the Old Testament against the New Testament. It was really funny. He basically says that like God went to a anger management class, like maybe, or maybe because he was born.
Son.
What?
And all he had to do to get over this anger was to kill his son, according to the Bible.
There's a lot more to it.
Well, I mean, if you think about it, I mean, this is, I'm doing this from my I'm Christian, but I'm gonna take this from a non-Christian's perspective. Wouldn't you be pissed if your son's about to fucking die and you know what's gonna happen? Just saying, you know?
Yeah. Well, no. Technically, this is a bit of mental gymnastics with that one because technically he's killing a part of himself.
Well, that's true because of the Holy Trinity and whatnot. Yeah, you're.
Well, right, and once you start getting into later interpretations where they try to say, "Oh, Jesus is this, Jesus is that," at some point you're like, okay, at some point,
no true Jesus.
Consistent canon is what.
Actually, the Quran says that Jesus is just the messenger of God. He's not the.
Yeah. Well, in Judaism and in Islam, Jesus is considered a prophet. And that's it. Nothing else.
Nothing else.
Where as a Christian like myself,
don't say that. Wait. I have listened to Islam. There's a documentary about Jesus in Islam, and they do think that he's the Messiah. And when the end comes, he will come back.
Oh, I've heard otherwise. I've heard
Incidentally, Jesus does come down in my book, but he gets his ass handed to him by the Israeli military.
They are preparing for that. He's supposed in the end times to come, I think, through the west gate of Jerusalem, and the Jewish government was just like, let's break that shit closed.
Yeah, look.
Actually, I think in the Quran, they actually created, supposedly Jews comes back, and then he dies again. And they actually have a tomb, I think in Damascus, so they can actually bury Jesus.
I actually heard a fairly. Didn't you ever hear the Chalice of Valencia?
What?
Something like that.
No.
Yeah, okay. I actually saw one documentary and only saw part of it, but someone reckoned they'd actually found the Holy Grail, and they found it in Valencia Cathedral, wherever that is, and they reckon this because what?
In Spain.
The Holy Grail, you know, the cup at the.
Yes.
The cup that Christ bled into.
I thought you said that where was Valencia, and I said Spain.
Yeah, they think it migrated over to Spain and that it was sort of embellished on the way. Like it was originally just a simple earthenware cup because that was the only thing that would be considered kosher. And eventually, just basically, they decided to sort of embellish it to make it look more like a cup that would be held by the Savior by adding like a weighted base and make.
That's what happened in Indiana Jones. Have you watched that part?
Yeah.
When Indiana Jones has to pick the chalice.
Yes.
And he obviously picks the chalice that looks like the chalice of a carpenter. It's made of wood. And the other one picks the chalice of gold, and he gets fucked up.
Yeah. They really love shitting on the Nazis in those movies.
Yeah. And the Russians in the last one.
Yeah. Although that was shit.
But the thing is that the Nazis and the Russians, they were trying actually looking for those.
It wasn't bad, but let's face it, it would have been better if they didn't have Shia LaBeouf.
I'm not gonna lie, it would be so much better, but it wasn't. They had to do something for the younger audiences. Cause
Why? No. Probably haven't.
I like when one of the most politically incorrect Indiana Jones is my favorite, which is like the Temple of Doom.
Oh yeah.
Kalima.
Actually, those rocks exist. I think. Those three rocks. The Kalima rocks. Those three rocks that actually you put them in like in the ones that they put on the skull. It's just like the crystal skull. The crystal skulls supposedly exist. They don't know what they are, but
technically, all the treasures that Indiana Jones in the main series, anyways, has hunted, technically has some sort of legend about it. They don't always exist, but they don't pull it out of their ass.
No, like the Ark of Alliance supposedly is in Ethiopia. It's hidden in a chapel, and nobody can get in because of the supposedly pact of Solomon with the Queen of Sheba, and that's where he actually keeps the Ark of Alliance. Because the Queen of Sheba supposedly was the one that had to keep that Ark.
Hey, what relic do you think Indiana Jones should go after? I mean, he's gone after the Holy Grail,
Ark of the Covenant.
The Ark of the Covenant.
The Spear of Destiny.
I think he should go after the Sword Excalibur next.
Oh yeah.
Spear of Longinus, either.
But Excalibur is based on a true story.
No,
yeah,
well, it's based off of a legend, but it may or may not be a true story, and if it is, it's most likely a Roman. So.
Yeah, it was the guy was probably it might have been just a warlord, and they called the sword Excalibur. That's most likely what it was. But it doesn't mean it's not impossible either. It's just no one else.
No, it means it's 9th century Britain, and we have very little that survived from 9th century Britain.
What is like?
It's like what happened with Troy, and everyone thought Troy didn't exist, and it turned out it did exist. Yeah, but it wasn't it was blemished like crazy, you know. But
there was they're undoubtedly sure that the Trojan War did happen in some form, but they reckon it was for more practical reasons rather than
Well, of course.
Paris getting a boner and running off with, and it being so epic that Helen runs off of them.
Yeah, like I said, it was blemish, you know, for like a kick-ass story.
They could go for there's a tale in Japan about like a spaceship where like one of the like in the old times there's somebody who like there's a story about a spaceship who arrived in Japan, and there was like this person, and there's a triangle which actually corresponds with the Bermuda Triangle, which is called the Triangle of the Dragon. He could go for those things, like he could go for things like that, like find that. Like
He could go after Sun Wukong's, or whatever his name is, the Monkey King's, his staff. That would be awesome.
Oh, that's Chinese though. That's not Japanese.
I know that's Chinese, but even still.
Yeah, that would be pretty cool. I like the Monkey King folklore. So
yeah.
What is it? Like there was a Monkey King?
You know that staff is actually an entire arsenal in of itself, right?
I haven't read.
I don't know that legend. I don't know.
Well, no. According to Journey of the West, apparently it was an entire arsenal forged for a god, and then the Monkey King just waltzed into the place and demanded a weapon, and he just saw this arsenal, just like, you get down to the size of a walking staff, and then he took it with him.
Staff is OP. It's kick ass. Like it's the weapon of all. It's the Swiss Army knives of godly weapons.
Yes. Although Kratos' blades are undeniably better.
Yes.
Or Dante's Inferno. That side was awesome.
How was that game?
It was awesome. I loved it. I don't care what anybody else says. That game was amazing.
That game was amazing, and it actually got me interested in trying to read the bloody poem that it was based on.
Yeah, I've read the bloody poem before. Yeah, I can't. It's translated from ancient Italian to.
No, it's Tuscan. It's basically modern day standard Italian.
Yeah. Anyway, it's very confusing. It's heavily poetic. I don't know the official term.
It's obviously political.
It's basic. There's a lot of allegories, there's a lot of symbolisms, there's a lot of allegory, and there's a lot of pot shots at people who've.
Yeah. Can we talk about women's rights news? I'm not sure how.
What happened?
Oh,
what did they do this time?
No, just like the people there
17
and what they post.
How long has this stream been going on for? It must be like.
I don't know.
We've been going on for about
4 hours.
Yeah, it's been more than 5 hours because I came in at 5 and you guys started like around 2 my time. So, and it's 8 o'clock already.
We started around 1 my time because my
4 hours. It's 4 hours roughly. It's 4 hours
and a half.
Yeah.
Okay, this is stupid. The Twitter user attacked Disney plan for white African princess movie.
Oh yeah, I saw the tweet on that. Yeah, there's you know how South Africans have white people, right?
Yeah.
So apparently Disney's doing a movie about a princess from South Africa who's white, and
South Africa has
like
a
the
very
Dutch,
dark
like the
history in race relations. I don't know.
That would be an awesome movie, actually. That
could be really interesting. I mean, if they do it well. I mean, if they just have it where it could have been either race, they're going to waste the potential, though.
Yeah, they should do a black man.
It's going to be like the princess of a tribe or princess of the Dutch.
Princess of the Dutch. Oh, that'd be fantastic.
Because you have to. If she's going to be white and South African, you need to be British or Dutch, which is the people who were there.
I mean, maybe, I mean, bordering on King and I, of course, but, you know.
Have you
And
ever
maybe
seen
the
the King
story
and
of
I
how she
animated?
falls in love with a young man who is from a Zulu
Yeah, that would be good actually.
story.
Yeah, like a biracial couple. That would be the first. I haven't seen that.
Yeah.
That'd be cool. If it's written
Like,
well, that's the key word. Written
yeah.
well.
Yeah.
It's like
You got it.
when they try to make like a Prince movie who's going to be gay, and I said like it's not a bad idea, but if they want to make it like realistic and they want to make it like gay Prince doesn't is not going to have any problems with his sexuality, they should make it in the future, like a futuristic Prince,
Mhm.
because
Yeah,
they can create new empires.
in the 1800s or whenever this film's going to take place.
Yeah, if they want to make like if they want to make like a black princess, they can make it. It depends all on the context. Like, if they want to make a
Can
gay
though.
princess,
I
Another
mean,
black princess.
there was black kingdoms in Africa. So it's not like it's completely, you know.
oh
I
well,
mean, if they
yeah, of
wanted to
course,
do
like
that, there's
black
actually a
queen.
number of
Wasn't
like
a
African folk legends.
Yeah, in they are accusing it of colonialism. The thing is that even if you make a prince like a black princess movie about Africa, there's going to be a lot of things about slavery and servants, and
God
it's not
damn
Yeah.
going
it.
to be about
Like
colonialism, but
that,
there's going to
that,
be a
that
lot of slavery.
God damn it, SJWs.
this is what
Colonialism exists.
Yeah.
You can't hide it. Even though slavery was predominantly in Africa as a form of class and social standing, but hey,
I
whatever.
mean, if you watch like this, like the emperors in Rwanda, like yeah, they were black, but that doesn't mean they didn't have like slaves and servants, and they thought that they were superior.
Yeah, I
Everybody's
was
going to have a
fortunate
problem.
to not get the whitewashed version of the slave trade back in grade school. So,
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I thought it was just white people that did it, and then I found out no, South Americans did it,
Everybody.
Asians did it, Africans did it, everybody did it. It was trade, it was
It was called
e-commerce.
this.
I mean, not e-commerce.
North Africans often end up enslaving Greek people too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so it was a normal day of life. I'm not saying I agree with it, it's awful, but it was a
No.
normal everyday life thing, and it wasn't just based on one culture or group of people. It was involved everywhere with every different type of person you can think of.
Yeah, and slavery
it was
was
like
stopped.
no,
there
I
would
didn't
have.
get that huge. I didn't get that huge of perspective, but I did get the thing where guns were traded for slaves from Africa, and Africa did prosper because of this little agreement. So it wasn't just colonials taking Native Africans.
Yeah.
The country was benefiting from this trade.
Yeah.
So everyone except the slaves, of course.
I mean,
So,
the British, I mean, if you want to talk about some real shit that happened, the British in Africa, they were in cahoots with local leaders who actually ran a large portion of it to the point where the British, when they received complaints, sometimes they were like, "Yeah, we don't know what's happening there. You know, we aren't in control of that situation."
Yeah, and the fact that the slavery trade was stopped not because oh we are good people. In most places it was stopped because they didn't need it anymore. In my country, like 5,000 slaves arrived, like tops, like 1,000 between 1,000 and 5,000. And then the population, the mestizo population, grew up so much to be 1 million people that they saw that they didn't. First, slaves were too expensive, so just a few people had slaves, and they usually were house slaves because you couldn't have a bunch of them in fields because you didn't have any fields.
Yeah,
So in my country, the slavery trade was stopped because people start saying, you know what? Let's better pay the mestizos that live here. And in the end, that's why they stopped because they were too expensive, and so they rather pay the people who live here. And in 1812, the law of womb was created, and every child of a slave was free in that time. So, and most of the other slaves just leave. Like the people who were free left, and the other people were resold to other countries because there were not going to be slavery anymore. It wasn't because we were good people, it's because it wasn't profitable.
It was advantageous.
Yeah, and that's sort of to do with the logistics of getting slaves to Chile. It was far easier to get slaves to the deep south in America, and slavery.
Yeah.
I mean, like even with.
I mean, for the longest time, the Bible Belt, as this region is now called, profited heavily from cotton. Like our entire economy was based around the import and export of cotton and other products that were derived from slave labor. And I'm not saying it's right, or definitely not saying it is right.
Did anyone get that really bad feeling when they watched that scene in Django where the guy is shot and his blood spats over cotton?
That was gruesome.
Yeah, I couldn't help but think at that exact moment, pre-dyed cotton.
I hated Django. I mean, it was better than 12 Years a Slave, but
Never seen it.
honestly, I hate those kinds of white guilt movies.
Yeah, that's one of the things that I really hate is white guilt movies, especially because it's not just white guilt, it's also a limitation of the blackness experience in America. Because not all slavery was different according to colonies. It was different according to countries. As I said, our country had very few slaves. They all live in their house because, for an exception, a very small exception in the north, who actually had sugar fields, but most of them were treated. Every slave was treated different according to context. So basically, just limiting the experience of blackness and slavery to America in the South, it's actually bothering. Like how
And even then, if you want to talk about slavery in the South, they're limiting it even further to plantation slaves in the South.
Yeah.
It's if you want to talk about being poor white people who couldn't even buy slaves.
Yeah. Well, there was white people slaves too. I mean, even though I think it was like a
indentured servitude.
contract. Yeah. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I understand there were some black plantation owners that had slaves themselves. So.
Oh yeah.
There were a few. I mean, they were an exception, basically.
The people, there's a novel and a mini series called like The Dance of the Spirits by Anne Rice, or The Dance of the Souls, which is about the experience of the young de couleur, which is the Louisiana black people who were supposedly half black and half white, and their mothers were women who were half and half from like Haiti. And they came to like Louisiana and they had relationships with white men. So their children were black, but they were free and they were considered completely different to black people. And they actually saw black people being sold, and their experience were completely different, and they were defined in a very different way. So that's a really interesting story. And they were actually they were actually imposed to actually go to France and get married with white women.
I'm not sure I could read Anne Rice after hearing about her Sleeping Beauty trilogy.
I haven't read that one. I have no idea about that one.
50 Shades of Grey with men.
Oh.
Are you serious? Anne Rice wrote something like that? Wow.
Yes.
Because she wasn't very homosexual friendly. I'm surprised.
She briefly went through this obsession with gay men and BDSM, and basically it translated into a trilogy that was based loosely on the Sleeping Beauty tale, and it's just basically about degrading these small bunch of men by making them do like ponies and shit like that.
I am shocked. I had no idea.
The thing is that it's very interesting that in the French parts of America, a lot of black people were free. and they were actually considered different than other free black people. They actually were not encouraged to get married with free black people because they were not black people. They were considered like they had to marry white people.
Honorary white person.
Yeah, basically they were honorary white people. Like they had to marry white people, so their children were going to be even whiter. It was a process of whiteification, basically, of black people. No, it's actually
Whiteification. I like that word.
No, that's what it is, though.
Yeah, no, it absolutely is.
Latin America existed. That was the process of Latin America in the 1800s, like Argentina. Why white people in Argentina look so white? It's because the politics says that white people are more intelligent supposedly than Indian people. But because we are half Indians, we need to basically that white people need to come to our country and have sex with our women, so their children are going to be whiter. That's basically what happened. That's why in my country we look less diverse. Besides the not having much slaves, because they encourage white people to come here and marry the native women.
Well, yeah, that wasn't a lot. I think, with the exception of Mexico, most Latin American nations were like that. Like it was, even especially in Brazil, it was just Portuguese, and in Colombia, if you look at there's a lot of Colombians, you'll see that they have blonde hair and blue eyes. Like you'll be surprised. Like when I go on the streets, like I don't look Caucasian, but I don't. You wouldn't think I'm Latino because everyone thinks of Mexicans, but I don't look Mexican at all. I look like something European.
Everybody thinks I'm a rapist when I walk down the street.
Well, see, the rapist race is extremely prejudiced against.
Yeah.
Shaming.
That's why I get really angry when things like, no, you cannot say the word, white people cannot say the word fiesta because it's racist. And then you can say, but there's white people who are Mexican and Hispanic. They have to say fiesta because that's their native language.
Yeah. Well, the thing is that there's a difference between nationality and ethnicity.
Yeah, of course.
I mean, like
they don't know. Like those people in Harvard don't know that.
Yeah.
There's people in Harvard who don't want to acknowledge that.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, isn't C.K. Lewis Louis C.K.? He's Mexican.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I think he's like half or something like that.
Yeah,
and he's a white Mexican. He actually came from Mexico, and he came to America, and probably his mother, he said that he came across the border.
I don't know about. I never heard that part.
I think Charlie Sheen, like Martin Sheen and Charlie Sheen, they're actually Spaniards.
Yeah.
They are?
Yeah. That's not their last name. It's the guy who did Mighty Ducks. That's their son and brother. What's his name?
And
Lorenzo?
that's their actually Lorenzo. That's their real last name.
Yeah, Lorenzo. I think it's Lorenzo.
No, it's not. It's not Lorenzo Lamas. It's
everything I knew.
And it's Spanish. It's from Spain. It's not
No.
God damn.
Their real name is Esteves. Emilio Esteves.
Carlos
Esteves,
Carlos Erwin Esteves, yeah.
Yeah, Esteves, my bad. Yeah.
Yeah, that's their real name.
Ramon Antonio Dorado Esteves.
Yeah.
Oh no,
And
Antonio. Yeah, Antonio.
The thing
Yeah,
is that
Dorado.
they're white because they're from Spain, so they're more European looking. So that doesn't mean they're basically Hispanic. There's a lot of Hispanic people, like Raquel Welch. She's also Hispanic.
So is Cameron Diaz, Hispanic also.
And she's white.
Yeah.
That's the thing that they don't understand.
And look at the opposite. Cuban Gooding Jr. is Hispanic. I think he's Puerto Rican or something. I can't remember.
Yeah.
Mercedes Carrera is half Puerto Rican, as far as I remember.
I'm not particularly surprised.
Yeah, I know. She is very.
But there's
She
a lot
has
of
the hourglass.
Hispanic. Do you remember the Fresh Prince from Bel-Air?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember that
The,
show when I was a kid, and
the girl who played the small cousin, she is actually, I think she's Cuban,
Oh wow.
Colombian. Her mother, she's considered, and her mother actually called her that she wasn't really black, she was brown, she was Hispanic. So it's like a mix. But you cannot tell because they look black. They're considered in their original countries. They're not considered black. Like because there's actually another definition. Like if you're part black in Latin America, you're still considered like mixed. In America, if you're part black, you're considered black, just black.
I've got an
I don't know why.
I've got a Japanese African guy coming to the Gamergate in Ireland meetup.
Ew.
Who's from France as well.
You sure it wasn't icy?
What?
I can't pronounce the name. ICEZ4R.
No.
Ezekiel?
Our biggest shit poster.
Oh. I don't know. I mean, I was born in Chile, but I was born in a part where there was a lot of German people. So I'm actually like I might be part German or part Jewish. German. I don't know. But my sister is actually darker than me. That's because I'm adopted. That's why I don't know.
But I mean, this just goes to something I want to share, and I also this brings up the whole thing about how some college is trying to block World War II history. I mean World War One, sorry. But all of this, if it was up to SJWs, would completely be censored. Like it wouldn't have happened. There's no mix of races or anything like that. Like there's been no colonization. You wouldn't know about your roots. We wouldn't know about mistakes that we've done in the past. We wouldn't know any of this. And with this history, it'll just end up repeating itself.
You know what's funny? I think I once read something, and it said that we're actually heading towards the whole race being sort of brown-ish.
Yeah.
In a few hundred years.
That'll happen in 1,000 years, maybe, and be like one South Park episode where people come back from Easter, and everyone's one homogenous race.
Everybody look Mexican.
Yeah.
So they also lose their small toes.
Everybody look Latino, basically.
And they will all speak like cool.
Yeah.
They all speak a conglomeration of every native language.
Yeah.
And nobody can understand them. I'm surprised that they were even given like jobs in that one episode. Like
they had the best of all worlds.
We'll see.
They were
At the end of that episode, no one was intelligible. I mean, one side was like, "The Digger Jigs."
Yeah. The thing is
I've met people that actually talk exactly like that, and it's just as hilarious as you might expect.
Well, I mean, this brings up. This is something.
Actually,
I mean,
you
that's
can understand them if you listen long enough. You kind of get used to it.
What?
What?
These extreme strong accents and stuff. If you hang around long enough, you can actually understand it, even without speaking it.
Yeah, you do get used to it, but still, it's like I don't know. If I hung around Ireland enough, I probably wouldn't get what people were saying.
You're all just bastard.
Well, at least when you get into the heavy Irish or Scottish, it's like just like, no, I'm sorry, I can't make out what you're saying.
I can't understand Scottish people.
You know Goodfella. Someone actually posted on his vid that he sounded Irish.
Yeah.
I can't understand New Yorkers most of the time.
I can. supposedly Latin Americans cannot understand Spanish, Chilean Spanish, because we have the
No, you
worst
guys
Spanish
can't.
in the
It
country.
works both ways. I have the hardest time with Argentinos. I gotta tell you guys to slow down all the time when I used to work at a hotel. And then when I would talk to them in Spanish, they told me I have to slow down. It was like, we're speaking the same language, apparently we weren't. It was horrible. Yeah.
But we have the worst slang. I mean, we have this worst slang, but we don't. Most of the people in my country talk in slang.
So I guess that's what they were speaking.
I don't even understand them.
I just remembered, it was something, let me see if I can, it almost sounds like a Spaniard accent, but it's not. It was like, let me see if I can react.
Is a Latin
¿Cómo estás? Buenos días, ¿cómo te refieres? ¿Con cuatros? ¿Cuatro de seis? It was something like that, and I'll be like, huh? Like,
¿De cuarto?
yeah.
Oh God.
Yeah, like room, but like, they're weird, no offense, again, I like Argentinos. Like,
Well, that's like straight from Spain. That's like
No,
some
but
modern
it
strangulation of
it
a.
doesn't sound like Spanish at all, though, because I know Spanish accents, and it
looks like somebody with a
Well, it's like the Prince Frederick, like the Prince
like
Frederick and the
somebody
lisp.
yeah, like
No, it's similar, but it's not the same, because my mom's Spaniard, and she has that accent when she speaks Spanish. It's not the same. And I have Spanish relatives from Spain, and when it's Spanish one's more like, it's like, ¿Cómo
you
estás?
know what it sounds?
Buenas
Oh, yeah.
días, ¿cómo
You
se-
know what it sounds?
¿Cómo
Wait,
estás? Yeah.
you know what it sounds? The people who have lisps and sound like Spanish is actually people from Gibraltar.
I guess that's where it came from. Like I said, it's a little different.
I
But
have heard people from Gibraltar, and they actually, both of them talk in this lisp. And they actually talk Spanish because they are like part of British, but at the same time they're like in Spain, close to Spain, so they speak both.
I mean, I guess that's what it could be. Like I said, I had the hardest time for a while. I had to tell them to slow down, because like I said, I have relatives from Spain, and when I spoken to them, I never had an issue. And then when I had Argentinos, I was like, okay, almost sounds like a Spaniard accent, but it was a little off for me.
Hey, just a quick question. Is this going to be on YouTube?
Yes.
We are live.
Yes.
Should my little video be censored, or
Why?
No
you like.
problem. If you like, I mean.
yeah?
Why?
If only if you're. I mean, I don't think anyone's going. I don't think there's going to be any damage. Like, people aren't going to be able to follow it because most people aren't going to be aware of the stream. But
Yeah, I think we had like one watcher.
that's me.
No, usually we get watchers when we actually post it. That's when most people actually listen to it. People don't listen live. Most of them. The only people who listen live, and the other day when like Sargon made a stream, it was a mess.
What
Really?
stream are you talking about?
Which one? The one with the drunken peasants?
No, when he actually made a few days ago, he made a stream with people from Gamergate, and they said like it was horrible.
What happened?
I don't know.
That
I
was
saw
fun.
clips of that, but I just didn't have time to listen to the whole thing.
I heard that some people were arrived to talk to Sargon, but basically they didn't have any opinions. They were just going to say hi.
Well, okay, well, great, people. If you don't have opinions, what the fuck are you doing there?
Yeah,
Senpai
basically-
Sago, notice me!
Yeah, basically Sargon has
Senpai.
he has to say get out of the fucking stream.
Yeah, Senpai. Senpai notice me.
I wanted to talk, but the subject that he wanted to talk, I didn't know about, so I didn't go into it.
I don't think I could disagree a whole lot with what Sargon says. I mean, I'm right wing and all, but I don't find issue with a whole lot of what he's saying. I mean, he hasn't brought up anything that's really relevant to
that's
agenda.
But that's the thing, is that it's no longer left versus right. It's authoritarian versus libertarian.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I guess I'm central, leading to the right, and there's some issues I'm really on the right and some issues on the left. But overall, I'm very anti-authoritarian, and it's the same thing with. I mean, look at if you actually look at our Ultra's Facebook page, we have like little disagreements every once in a while, but everyone's just chill and relaxed. So
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
John, what's his face, brings up his atheism, and then some other guys will go on for a 50 comment post.
Yeah.
And I'm not even wholly against the whole idea of debating the validity of atheism and spiritualism.
I used to. I used to be part of the online atheist people, but then that went to shit, and I realized just how worthless it all is. Because once you get down to that point, it's like, no, what I believe is right because I believe it. And at that point, there is no more discussion. That's like, what is your purpose?
That's circular logic, yeah.
I left atheism maybe when recently, I was an atheist for like 20 years. And the more I thought about it in college is I came to a disagreement that, because I always thought that life has purpose. Humanity has a meaning in this world, and what that is, nobody really knows. You have to go on and live. But all evidence that atheism supplies is generally like, life doesn't have a meaning, life's an accident, life is meaningless. So I just couldn't support that at all. I'm a very heavy person.
Well, people. What meaning is something that often differs. I mean, if you take meaning to be some,
For
grand
humanity,
quest.
people have meaning. For
Well,
humanity, people have meaning.
Can I just make a point here? It's I think that we don't inherently have a meaning, but it's up to us to figure out our own meaning.
Yeah, that's what.
Right. Yeah.
Go out because I wasn't going to find it in Atheism Plus or anything. Like, I went out and reflected and saying, yeah, I want to be an artist for the rest of my days.
I've never been an atheist. I have always been tried to be like the most open person about religion. So I'm like a spiritual person. I'm very superstitious too. Like the thing is that we are Latinos. I mean, we believe in everything. We believe in the chupacabra. We believe in UFOs. We believe in witches. We believe in like dwarfs, like little goblins.
I'm an atheist until someone presents a convincing enough argument for the existence of a god or something like that.
The thing is that I really like to be. I don't believe in things because I really believe in things. I believe in things because I want life to be exciting.
And life can be exciting in other ways. I mean,
I don't think you necessarily have to believe in something to find life exciting. But again, I think this all comes down to it's personally what you want in life and comes to your own faith. Like I'm a Christian. I don't get upset when people are not Christians. I don't get now. This is the thing. I think no one should ever force a gun and make people accept something which they don't agree with. And I think that's what happens a lot. And I think this happens a lot from religious people and like some members of the atheist community and so on and so forth. And I think that's issue. I think everyone should just if you don't agree with it, it's fine. If you want to have a healthy debate about it, that's fine. But when you're saying, oh, you have to agree with me or accept me or you're an asshole or you're an idiot or a moron, I think that's when it gets.
It goes down to the authoritarian versus.
Well, that's the thing is that
quote unquote libertarian. I don't like the word, but it is what it is.
I guess you have to use it because they hijacked liberal. So yeah.
I think this is interesting. In the last election that I went and voted in, is that we had a new party on the polls. It was Republican, Democrat, the Green Party, which hasn't done anything in 20 plus years, and a Libertarian Party, which was very fascinating because we've never had any of those.
They're mostly.
They now have a seat in the House.
Yeah.
The Libertarians?
libertarian. There's a libertarian in the House, in the Texas House of Representatives.
Oh wow,
That's interesting.
Yeah,
they usually go through the Republican route.
Drop in the water because the House is like 200 plus seats, and the Senate is 36 seats. There's still no libertarian in the Texas Senate.
Maybe these are the pebbles before the avalanche.
I mean, that's and that's the thing. I mean, usually the libertarians who run, or the libertarians who are that politically active, are fiscal libertarians, and I hate fiscal libertarianism.
What's fiscal libertarianism? Is it like
it's more along the lines of anarcho-capitalism?
Yeah.
Free market, laissez-faire type, which I completely disagree with and find dangerous.
Complete deregulation, no government services whatsoever. It should all be privatized.
If you want to turn into Somalia, sure.
Yeah, and then everything which is interesting. I think the idea is pretty cool, but in reality, it's like communism. It doesn't work.
Well, if everything is private, then guess what happens when there's no one to mediate the conversation between consumer and big business? The big business takes over.
Agency to mitigate it, or
That's why.
But even then, it still has no true authority between consumer and provider.
The thing is that the state has to just mediate the fact that the big business, that the laissez-faire actually is free market. Free, and we don't create monopolies, and everybody has a chance.
Which is absolutely utopian. Which is utopian in thinking.
The thing
which would be nice, but doesn't work in real life.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying that the state has to regulate that, because naturally it's not going to happen.
There's no such thing as the free market.
Of course it's not. That's why supposedly the state has to regulate that the free market is as free as it can. But then after that, it doesn't mess up.
Yeah, you can't have complete. I'm sorry.
You can't have complete. Oh God, what's the other term I'm looking for?
Deregulation.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna use. Yeah.
You have to create a system that works, not a system that is based on ideology.
Yeah, I think that's where I'm not sure how many people here are familiar with Keynesian economics.
I'm not familiar with that actually.
Okay, basically it was postulated. I think a guy called Keynes postulated this in the intra-war years, and it was basically rather than the way governments, when they want to save money, they usually cut back and raise taxes.
Yeah.
Basically, Keynes posited that maybe we shouldn't do that. Maybe we should take continuous stream of data and adjust sort of government investment into the market and that sort of thing, and adjust it as needed to stimulate economic growth.
The thing is that people are too focused on ideologies, on economic ideologies like socialism or capitalism. They're too obsessed on trying to follow the rules, and they don't understand that what it matters is that people are fed, that people are free, that you need to help your country to grow and be prosperous, and people be not happy, but happy as they can. Not focus on it's like when they talk about policies and they start to talk about gender in policies. They're actually focusing in something that shouldn't be talked about. Like, oh, we need to do this policy for the most poor people and just the poor. And if it doesn't work, well, we try. No, you make a policy that can help the poor. If it helps the rich too, the important thing is that you are following a plan that works. In the end, it ends up benefiting other people. Well, that's good. it should benefit the people that you want, but at the same time, it should be. You shouldn't restrict your policies just because it's going to benefit the people that you don't want.
Anyway, I'm gonna drop out because I'm falling asleep here.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave too, guys. I'm gonna eat something. It's getting pretty late here. Thanks for inviting me to the stream. I had fun talking with you all.
Oh, no problem.
You guys around more.
Thanks for
Take
having
care.
me. See yous.
Yeah, this is actually a good time to
Stop.
Yeah, to stop. It's been a good few hours, so.
Yeah, I've run out of stuff to talk about, but I'll probably have time.
There'll be other streams.
So I'd like to thank everyone for watching who ends up watching this stream, and I will pause it to do more of these in the future then.
Don't forget to check your privilege.
Yes, www.checkyourprivilege.com. Do it, shitlords, or forever be burned.
See you all around.
All right, have a good night, and
I'll see
I
you on
will see
Facebook.
you all next week.
See ya.